Look at that city. Look at the scenery. Day 2 of the NFL draft in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is here. And it's going to be a very long, very exciting second day. And I think there's a lot of interesting picks, interesting storylines. You got former Hall of Famers announcing picks, former players for each team, even guys who aren't in Canton. And it's setting up to be a very exciting day. Got Pat McAfee pretending to be a security guard on stage. I think he's the nominee for the Colts, though, so that's why he's up there for day 2.
Oh, really? To make the announcement?
He's an Colts 3rd-round pick or 2nd-round pick. But
okay,
audio. Let me check the audio for a second. I'm just working on my end.
I can hear you.
I got you.
Okay, is my computer muted? No. Okay.
No.
I can hear
you.
I can hear you, Ron. Perfect. And the Niners are on the clock. So that is official. And
boy, I like that they went from 15 minutes down to 8 minutes.
I agree. It's made the draft more fun. It's made the draft more engaging.
The only problem is that it's too fast now for the TV to keep up, right? So like they don't.
Yeah.
They were like 3 or 4 picks behind because they got to get the commercials in, and then they got to have the commissioner.
Niners are picking at 33. So, yeah.
So in other words, the 8 minutes will start 5 minutes into the pick.
Pretty much.
Right.
Roger Goodell's like, all right, former players, come with me. Everyone who waits 5 minutes, the pick will get a cold Niners, and everyone who doesn't will get a lump cold.
Is that Dave Bautista beside McAfee there?
I think so.
It looked like Dave Bautista without the muscle.
Who McAfee does look like Batista without the muscle? Is that what you're saying?
No, the guy beside McAfee. McAfee just looks like McAfee. McAfee looks like an ex-punter that lied and said he could be a kicker or something like that. No, he was a kicker that lied and said he could be a punter to get drafted. Then they found out that he couldn't punt, so they sent him off to boot camp. So he never even held a kicker before.
Does it seem like he's the only thing that ESPN has? Like he does everything now, you know what I mean? Like he does the college football stuff now. He's on this. He's like, really? Who
ESPN has 3 anchors to their flagship station: McAfee, Kirk Herbstreit, and I would argue Stephen A. Smith, even though he's the most annoying of that trio.
Agreed. But really? Okay.
He's the moneymaker. Yeah, it's like he's on all these shows. He's on WWE TV. He's all over the place. He's the moneymaker. He's their bread and butter.
So who did the 49ers pick?
What the hell was I doing? Oh, yeah, this.
Oh, wow, man. Man.
Got Mel Kiper breaking down the quarterbacks in a very subpar class like a car salesman. But the enthusiastic part about this is he is a lot more calmer than last year.
Well, were you guys not surprised that Ty Simpson was picked in the first round?
His dad, who's a coach, that Ty should declare for the draft.
Okay, but do you still think it was a surprise that he was taken in the first round?
Not really. he had too much traction. I didn't have a first round grade on him, Ron, but he had too much traction to fall.
But I was surprised it's Sean McVay. Because Sean McVay didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I do think when Andy Reid retires, either Shanahan or McVay's going to Kansas City. I'm now leaning McVay in that one because of the friction Les Snead created with McVay on that pick. If one of them does leave. I'm not saying either one will. I'm saying if one does leave.
Okay, I get you.
Well, let's see. 2 minutes now.
Any surprise picks from yesterday? I mean, were you surprised about any of the picks that went, or did you have them pretty much pegged to where you thought they were going to be, or what?
I mean, what's surprising is 15 of my top 32 players are still on the board. And I could screen share and show you what the board looks like once we get some in, but the pick hasn't been announced yet. I'm looking to see if any, and I think we're just going to play out for a little bit, at least the first two picks. There will be some leaks eventually, but the first pick or two, I think they're going to let it play out to build up the drama.
And there wasn't that many trades yesterday either. There was only just some very minor trades for teams to move up a spot or two. You know what I mean? Like the Eagles moving into spot 20 there to grab Malik Lemon. I thought that was quite the coup there for the Eagles to kind of swoop in there and take that out from the Steelers. I mean, he was one of the. I wanted Pittsburgh to take a wide receiver, even though that's not what they took. But oh well.
They were gonna take last minute, and I'm guessing the Steelers didn't have a fourth first-round receiver because they didn't pick Surratt, they didn't pick Denzel Boston due to the fact that he's a diva, they didn't pick Conception, who the Browns took. I'm guessing they only had 3 first-round. Not all draft boards are created equally. Doesn't matter what board it is. That is the reality.
With you on that.
Someone's kid is wearing a Lionel Messi soccer jersey.
Yeah, it's like I told
Go ahead.
Chris, is like there are not many receivers you'll find out there that don't have some type of diva tendency. If you're looking for a perfectly well-mannered receiver, probably not going to find too many of those.
Yeah, but someone in the Niners war room is wearing a Lionel Messi soccer jersey. It's an Argentina jersey, too. It's an Argentina jersey.
Okay.
All right. But that's all we could get, but hopefully the pick is in. It is Dijon Stribling, who I have a fifth round grade on Dijon Stribling. That is the pick.
I imagine that William is not all that happy with that one.
I think I have a 6th round grade on him, actually. But that is the pick. So that's officially official.
Wide receiver. Yeah, it's up on NFL.com.
Not even the best receiver on his own team. I like Harrison Wallace the third better. You guys want me to pull? Oh yeah, I'll put a.
But them picking a wide receiver, though, that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, San Francisco is definitely that's definitely a position of need for them, I think. You know what I mean? And they didn't have. I don't think they had a first round pick yesterday either, did they?
They traded back with the Jets.
Yeah. So they didn't have a pick from yesterday, but I don't know. I mean, you traded back to get this guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys where we
I
had
guess.
Stribling. We had Stribling a lot lower on our board than the consensus. I feel Harrison Wallace,
I mean, I
Antonio
gotta be
Williams,
honest with
Virgil.
you.
As Stribling, I just saw Stribling.
I do like that Zachariah Branch. I think that's going to be
188. So we had an early sixth on Stribling, and the Niners took him at 33. I do think he has ability to develop into a starter, but that is a reach.
What's his
Zachariah Branch?
What's his
Got it.
Oh, he did.
Oh,
Well,
that's
Zachariah
Branch
make him
last night. Yeah,
Really?
I didn't bother to see what it was.
Cardinals pick Chase.
Bizontis from Texas A&M. Bizontis.
Yeah.
That's a good pick.
I was just going to say that's a good one.
He's a consensus top 3 guard. I think he's got the floor to be a day 1 starter, and the Cardinals needed a left guard. Well, actually, the Cardinals have they got Sumalo from Pittsburgh, so that Cardinals really don't left guard.
Yeah, but you still need to have. You still need to build. You know what I'm saying? You still need to have guys in there that
Cardinals need a lot of things.
I mean, the Cardinals did what? What did they do in the first round?
I like Darmaj Reed Adams, the Texas A&M right guard, a little bit more on film.
I mean, they went running back, right? They went running back, right? Yeah. And then I thought they had another pick, so they went
Oren. We're
first
on.
round. So because they got rid of Kyler Murray,
Ron from Joey Oren. So I can get back to you later. You want to announce the Raiders pick once they're up, Oren? I mean, I don't want to take too much time away from Ron and Joey.
It's good, man. It's good.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. So Buffalo's back on the. You guys got Buffalo here.
I think it's Jacob Rodriguez, but we'll see. Start round 2.
Ooh, that'll be a good one for them, man. That'll be a good one for them.
Right, a 6th on Stribling,
or even CJ Allen might not be bad. Right, or
Allen
or Anthony Hill Jr.
If they wanted a wide receiver, there was a bunch there, and they didn't go for it.
Yeah, there are.
I think the Raiders will get Boston this.
I agree. I like Surratt better, but Boston's higher in most consensus mock drafts.
Unless you go McDonald, suggested before. But to me, it's McDonald or Boston. It depends. You want a number 1 receiver?
Huh. I wonder if they take that edge guy.
TJ Parker is the pick.
Wow, they're really reaching today.
What are you talking about? TJ Parker is one of 4 blue chip players still on our board. That is a really good pick by Buffalo.
Oh, well, they moved back, didn't they? So that's a beneficial pick for them.
Yeah. They got my 14th best player at 35, and they added depth at the edge rusher position behind Bradley Chubb and Rosso. So
that was more of a need for them anyway, I think.
Kelly announcing the pick.
That was a very good pick. That's probably the first A+ of the evening.
I would have to agree with you on that one, Chris. I think that was they had more of a need for edge than they did for wide receiver, I think, in Buffalo.
And that's the thing. Bradley Chubb is good when he's healthy, but he can't stay healthy, and you need insurance behind Rosso and Bradley Chubb and you get it with this pick.
Wow, and look at the Giants, man, with the fifth overall pick on the second day. I have to give the Giants an A in the first day.
You like the Giants draft? What stood out about the Giants draft in your opinion, Ron?
I like the where they went as far as the positions that they went and who they got. And the fact that they had the capability. I mean, I like Avril Reese. I think he's going to be a great edge rusher. I think that's going to be a great spot for him. I also like the offensive lineman that they got in Francis Magua. You know what I'm saying, right? So, and anytime you pick an offensive lineman in the first round, I'm all for that.
Well, yeah.
I mean, you know. Uh-oh. So the Raiders traded back. And the Texans. So now the Raiders got the 6th pick and the Giants are on the clock. Well, all right.
Well, DeJohn.
Offensive lineman, man. Wow. All right. Texans. Oh.
I think that's why they want to see who the 3 next year's selections are.
Did they get that Chase from Texas A&M or maybe that Pregnon from Oregon?
It probably is. It could be Christian Miller as well from Georgia. Christian Miller.
Yeah, he was going to be the next one I was going to rattle off.
I think Pregnon will be a good pick for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Jacob Rodriguez is still up there, but if he doesn't get picked this round, we'll just replace that with the T.J. Parker photo or the Anthony Hill Jr. photo if Anthony Hill Jr. gets picked. Okay, so the Raiders are getting – I've got the update on the rate. Yep, so the – yeah, that is a great trade.
It says here that the Rams GM and McVay were in lockstep. It's like that's because they locked McVay in a closet and handcuffed him to a radiator so he couldn't go against taking.
You know.
Like,
So the Commanders' second-round pick is now the Raiders' second-round pick by means of this trade.
Say that again, Chris.
The Commanders' second-round pick went to Houston in the Laramie Tunsil trade last year, but now that pick is now the Raiders' pick by means of this trade.
Oh, okay.
That's weird.
I like what the Chiefs did yesterday, moving up to get their cornerback. I thought that was a good move. That's really going to help them. Seriously, the Chiefs need some of that kind of help. You know what I mean? And I'm looking for them to do more of the same today.
Wait, the Raiders got 98 from the Texans? 91. Okay. The Bills had 91, but I guess they shipped that pick to the Texans in the trade last night, and I completely disregarded that. That's on me, though. That's my fault. I'm fixing that right now. And instead of saying Houston Texans, instead of saying Texans from Buffalo Bills, it needs to say Las Vegas Raiders. Appreciate.
Basically, they still have their 10 picks. They didn't gain a pick.
Yep, I agree. Texans have 2 fourth-round picks now, too, so they can move up in the 3rd round as well. So it does...
Well, we have 2 thirds and 2 fourths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It's gonna be a long night, boys.
it is going to be a long night. Do we have the Texans pick in? Let's type in Texans on X and see if we got anything.
He hasn't announced it yet. The commissioner's coming up with one of the players or an ex-player.
Justin M. Justin Mello, the Sports Illustrated former Draft Network analysis, says it's Caden McDonald.
Yep, that's who it is. Ed McDonald.
Yep.
Yeah, defensive tackle from Ohio State. Man, that's like what, the 5th Ohio State player now?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Caden McDonald.
He was my 3rd best defensive tackle on the board, but there's a lot of people that think he's the best run stuffer in the draft. So
Yeah.
you technically did, Oren. You technically did. I would probably give this a B+ or an A-, but I'm not like, I'm still keeping track of the picks. The picks on day 2 and day 3 of this draft and day 2 of the NHL draft, it's basically lightning round mode, Ron, you know?
Yeah. I mean, but he still grades out really well. He's got good size. You know what I mean? The thing that I like about him is that, man, he's got a motor on him. You know what I mean? And he's got some smarts. He plays really well. He's got good feet too.
Yep, and knows how age. He knows Texans over. This is going to make sure the Texans. That's probably a name you haven't heard in a while, Joey. Defensive tackle.
Yeah, no, it's only been 6 years.
I feel like he was in. I feel like he was in the 07 draft, but I don't remember the exact draft year. Moby Koye.
Yeah, he was.
So did they change the amount of time? Did they change the amount of time for each draft pick?
For round 1, that's the only change.
Okay, how fast is it for round 2?
7 minutes and 5 minutes for round 3. I've got a feeling we'll get to the Steelers at round 2, but then we do have the Giants pick. It's Colton Hood. Colton Hood is a giant.
Nice pick, though. Nice pick.
That felt like a reach. I'm not as high on Hood as I am on McCoy. But Hood had a really good season with McCoy being injured, and the medicals with McCoy are the biggest reason he's dropping.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Denzel Boston. Or Miller.
That's
Or
who I
Sherrod.
want Pittsburgh to take.
You don't need a one-legged man in an ice kicking contest.
Yeah.
They will take Surratt because they'll match him up with Mendoza. But the thing is, they didn't bring Surratt in for a visit. They brought Boston.
What the reason is, but they're looking for a reason. Oh yeah, that's
Well, here we go now. The Raiders are on the clock.
already did that. My shit real quick.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the Chase Besantis write-up so I can post it to the, just copy and paste the draft grades page. I've got one grade up, but I know I'm going to have my work cut out for me, and I'm just trying to make, I'll get to the grades later tonight. I just want to have fun. It's the second day of the draft. Ron's here, Oren's here. I just want to have a good time while we have time, because everyone else is busy. What are we...
Send you some pictures.
This is at the this looks like it's at the casino where you're watching. We've got the lacrosse championship. We've got some Dodger games.
There is no time and construct. Not technically exists.
Yep.
Not gonna worry about it.
Yep.
Brett Baker celebrating her birthday with front row seat in the NFL draft last night with an NWO hat on.
Who did the Giants pick up, you said?
Woo-wee.
The Giants selected Colton Hood out of Tennessee.
Okay. That's another person I think we had in our first in the mock.
I did not have Colton Hood in the first round. The Ravens, I think, took him in the second round of the group mock.
Okay. Yeah.
I like Jermon McCoy a little bit more, but the medicals clearly are a reason why he's dropping. I mean, that cannot be overstated. William, what's up? William's here. Perfect. All five of us are here now.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
Remember what happened last time we had 5 people here?
I don't remember. I know we had 5 people on a draft stream a few years ago, Joey, but it feels like it's been 2019 or 20. I think it was 2018 was the last time we had this many people on the draft stream. I could be wrong on that though.
I got
And you good way because you had tried to keep track of all of it with all the alcohol.
Yeah. But Oren's Raiders are on the clock. Oren's Raiders are on the clock, so let's let Oren savor this moment.
Denzel Boston still on the.
Yes, he is.
Oh.
Yeah, he's at Fernando Mendoza's bar mitzvah. I'm kidding.
And I think we were right. I think Shadiq got overdrafted in the
Very
first
much.
round.
Isn't Colton Hood from Colorado?
No, you're thinking of the other corner that transferred from transferred to Colorado from Tennessee, Boo Carter. Yeah, Dion picked up Boo Carter in the portal. And Carter entered the preseason as a 2027 first-round pick. He's supposed to be the nickel corner to Jermon McCoy and Colton Hood. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
So who are you pounding the table for, Oren?
Boo, buddy, boo.
Yeah, he said it says Colton Hood transferred to Tennessee from Colorado prior to 2025. I was right.
That's interesting, though, because Boo Carter transferred from Tennessee to Colorado. He left Tennessee to go to Colorado, and Colton Hood did the opposite.
Colton Hood did the opposite. He was on Prime's team, and then he left.
Yeah. That's why it's such a compelling story.
So in reality, he's a bust. Don't tell me what it is.
I'm not telling you because I don't want to ruin the suspense for you.
Ooh, okay. For those that care, and I know there might be some, Lightning and Canadians are tied 1-1 in the first period.
Yeah, I took the Canadians to win that series. I mean, it's been a very back-and-forth series, though, Ron. I mean, the Lightning have the experience. The Canadians have the better team, but the Lightning have the experience despite a weak third-line defense. All right, Raiders. Let's announce the Raiders pick here. I don't want to get sidetracked with hockey.
Pick is in. The pick is in. Who do you think they're going to take?
Tell me. I knew, guys.
Matt Millen's announcing the pick. Good.
Yes.
I didn't know he was a former
Better
Raider.
player
but-
than
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is it gonna be a wide receiver? I'm kidding, because Matt Millen used to draft receivers with Detroit. That was the joke.
He used to play for Penn State, Chris. He's a Penn State guy.
Yep.
Miller was a good player, but not as much as
Not so
he-
good of a yeah. I'm with you on that one, man.
Yep.
He was a good player, but not so good as a GM or whatever.
Trading Stooks, Arizona corner. I've got a third-round grade on Stooks, but he can play corner, strong safety, and free safety. But
Wow.
he's mainly a corner for me. I like this for the Raiders. Push Eric Stokes.
Not a bad pick. Not what I expected, but not a bad pick.
Better than
I'd
what
probably give this a B+.
I mean, 6 foot, 190 pounds from Arizona. I mean, he does. His grade is a little bit. I mean, he's only on a 79 grade, but I mean, he might be a guy that could work his way.
Tackles, seven interceptions, 11 tackles, 11.5 tackles for a loss.
Yep.
Not bad.
And 7 picks.
Expected, that's all.
That's pretty good. 7 picks.
Oh well. Browns,
barking. I always knew he was a Browns fan.
that's not gonna happen. I guess they really needed a DB, and I didn't even think about that.
They did. They need a number one corner as well as a number one receiver. And cornerback and receiver are cornerback's basically the most important position on defense now, with the Seahawks and Patriots getting to the Super Bowl. Edge rusher is important too, but I feel like corner surpassed edge rusher as the most important.
And you do have Douglas defend Diggs, Herbert, and Holmes twice a year. So.
Yeah.
We might see that Pregnon guy go. Emmanuel Pregnon, Oregon to the Browns. That might be a good pick.
You hear all the yelling?
Yep. And then the Raiders took
We'll find out after the break.
I am making more of an effort to get caught up on this so that you don't just see the first round picks, but you actually see everyone who's been picked on the ticker.
It says Caden Stoops is going to move to safety. Clint Kubiak said.
Well, I think he's a better corner. I know he's going to move to safety, but I had him graded as a corner. So we're going to list him as a corner, but we'll point that out in the write-up because it's like
He got compared to you-know-who in the first round from Ohio State. That's why you picked him up.
well, the thing is, the Raiders have Jeremy Chin at strong safety, so he'll play free safety if he doesn't play corner. If he doesn't play corner, he'll play free safety, but I think he's a better fit at corner. But
Yeah, I agree.
Let me I'll call you guys back in a little
all
bit.
right.
It's very loud in here. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Well, that was Oren Shiri breaking down giving us the latest scoop on Raider Nation. Joey's Browns are on the clock here. And
Who are you pounding the table for, Joey?
What's another one? Just the top they got left on the board. Because, you get a small, high octane.
I have the Browns pick in, Joey. You want me to announce it? They did get a receiver. Joey.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Works.
I already know who they got on X. The pick's already been leaked by Jordan Schultz of Bleacher Report. They took Denzel Boston.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Who I
I'm
had
good with
rated
that.
higher than Conception, so that allows you to move. That allows you to move Conception to the slot and ease him in.
Well, thanks. Now you got the big receiver that
Because now you've got two guys with upside to be Pro Bowl caliber receivers, and it basically means the Browns are cutting Jerry Jeudy next offseason when they can get out of his contract.
the two guys.
Doesn't that figure? The guy I want to go to Pittsburgh is going to Cleveland. Yeah.
It's usually how it works, man. In my experience, anyways.
I mean, did we see Ty Simpson going in the first round, William?
No.
Receptions.
I had him in the third round grade on him. He was my
But-
QB5, but I mocked him in the third round, but I figured he would go in round 1 simply because of the traction the media was building toward him. I never viewed him as a first round QB.
As soon as I turned on the combine, it was one of those ESPN guys obviously brought up Ty Simpson, and at that moment, he was declared quarterback number 2. Sports media did it, and that's just that. He's definitely not the second best quarterback in this draft, and everything what I do about Mendoza, he's not either. So, but
well, you know what? Here's the cool thing, though. He does get to learn under a pretty good offensive
The cool thing about this draft
coach,
is,
and he gets to learn under Stafford, right? Yeah. So I mean, he's in the best situation. You're probably not going to see him for 2 years.
Yeah. Yep. And well, that's even the thing with Mendoza. If they're going to develop him properly, like Brady keeps on, keeping on about, then Cousins is going to take the field, this entire season, unless maybe there's a game or two at the end where they just maybe want to toss him in there to get some big game experience. But there's no reason whatsoever that Mendoza should play this year. So.
Oren thinks Mendoza's in the same class of quarterbacks as Caleb Williams and Drake May. You disagree, and William, and we're going to find out who's right. That's the beauty of this thing.
Yep. And I mean, there's definitely some quarterbacks in this draft, obviously, like the Carson Becks of the world, that has championship rings to go along with it, the most pro-ready quarterback that there is.
Thomas is the pick. R. Mason Thomas, the Oklahoma pass rusher that I had a third-round grade on, is the Chiefs' next pick. And I'm guessing he's going to be competing with Ashton Gillott for that edge rusher spot at 43 right in, because they took Ashton Gillott in the third round with the Titans pick. And I do like R. Mason Thomas. He's one of the better edge rushers from Oklahoma. He might be a better fit as a linebacker in this defense with his size, because the Chiefs run a 43, but he can get his hand in the dirt. He did win a rep against Will Campbell last year, and I think this is a good addition by the Chiefs.
I agree. And it's going to also help where they're going. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't think he's guaranteed to start, but at the very worst, you're getting a very good situational edge rusher that complements Gillott and Karlaftis. At the very worst, that's what you're getting. Oh yeah, the Chiefs, they took Karlaftis, Joey. The Chiefs just grabbed the Chiefs just took R. Mason Thomas from Oklahoma, who I had a third on. Which isn't a bad pick, because he'll push Ashton Gillott for playing time. And that'll make the room. Let's see if we got the Bengals pick in.
Yeah, they didn't have a pick in the first round.
Cassius Howell, the Texas A&M pass rusher. I mocked him in the Bengals in round 3. I like that pick for them. And he was the backup to Shamar Stewart and Nick Scorton last year and then he comes in as a starter this year. I like that pick for the Bengals. It's hard to believe we've only had one break so far this round.
We can all be scared of the Chiefs again.
Yep. I think we're getting Christian Miller. Yep, we are. I already got the Saints pick in, because now we're at the point where the people who leak the picks, they're just tweeting the cards as soon as they come in. And C. Miller, he's going to be the replacement because Nathan Shepard's in a contract year at 34 left end on the Saints. So Christian Miller's probably going to replace him if I had to take an educated guess. But I had a first-round grade on Christian Miller, so I really like that value here. The Dolphins still haven't drafted a receiver for Malik Willis or Quinn Ewers to throw to. I mean, at this point, they're going to be firing passes to zombies.
Well, there's still quite a few wide receivers in this draft.
I was just gonna say, yeah.
It's the middle of that chunk to where there's a bunch of players that are pretty much interchangeable.
It sounds like it's going to be Zion Young, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Maybe that Jermaine Bernard from Alabama or Chris Bazell, if they don't want to go with the Zachariah Branch.
Yeah, Chris Brazell, the one thing I really noticed about him is he's kind of he's not one that seeks out the physicality as a wide receiver. He's kind of the anti-physicality. And that's why I knew that he wasn't going to be the Niners pick, when they
right. What about Fields? Fields has a good size and good length. You know what I mean?
Good size. He tracks balls very well, and he's obviously got that size. That's one of the guys that I was looking at with Shanahan, and making that pick.
The Niners, it felt like they reached for Stribling. I'm just surprised that's who they ended up picking.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. It's like I said a few weeks ago. I mean, you can know that it's going to be a wide receiver. You just won't know which one it is. And Stribling was one of the ones that I didn't take a whole lot of time looking at, like I should have.
We had him in the 6th round. Okay, and he was our number 2 receiver on Ole Miss. So pretty big.
But and being 6'2", and he's got 4.3 speed. But I mean, I don't know if we didn't already have that guy on the roster from Ole Miss as well. Jordan Watkins. That we snagged last year. I mean, about the same size. 6 foot nothing. 200 nothing, and it kind of, like I said, I really like the idea of Skylar Bell, but we just weren't tied to him anywhere, and him being 6 foot 185. I mean, he's my favorite receiver of this draft, we'll say, and I think he definitely would have been worth, that pick 33. But hearing Shanahan talk about last night, it was kind of one of those things you knew that a player went right before they were going to pick.
ESPN is 4 for 4 when going to a commercial when the Dolphins are on the clock. They are 4 for 4 when going to a commercial when the Dolphins are on the clock. That's a crazy impressive stat.
Yeah, but like I said, we just weren't tied to Skylar Bell in any meetings or anything along those lines. But this is a guy that can get out there and the guy lower center of balance, kind of has that running back.
Stribling transferred from Oklahoma State to Ole Miss. I think he's a little bit. He might have a higher ceiling, but I just don't think he's going to beat out Jordan Watkins. I loved Watkins on tape last year. I'm not confident he's going to beat him out, and that's not the impression you want to leave your fan base with. But the Dolphins pick is in. We do have the pick in. J-Rod. Is that Jacob Rodriguez? Yes. So Jacob Rodriguez. Would he be a Mike linebacker or since the Dolphins run a 34, would he be a Mike linebacker or would he be an outside linebacker in their scheme?
Probably a Mike.
I think so too. I just want to double check. I love that pick, by the way. I'm just that was the Dolphins' best pick in my opinion. Yeah, I'm looking at the Dolphins depth chart here. They've got Tyrell Dotson, Jordan Brooks as their linebackers. Looks like the Dolphins are running a 43. They're switching up to a 43 defense. So if that's the case, he will probably start at weak side linebacker.
Yeah. I definitely think he's capable of both. So
that is the best pick of round 2. I think the Bills and Dolphins are the winners of round 2 so far. And as a Patriots fan, I forget that. Anthony Hill Jr. is still in my top 10, though. He has not been picked yet.
And so is McCoy from Tennessee.
Jermon McCoy, we had him at 29 on the board. We do have a trade. Mike Garofalo. The Jets have traded 44 to the Lions for 50 and 128. So the 4th round pick the Lions got from the Texans and David Montgomery is going to the Jets. As is pick 50, the Lions are moving up to 44. I wonder who the Lions are moving up for.
that's definitely interesting.
Because the Lions gave up a 2nd and a 4th to move up 6 spots, which feels like an overpay. But if you want to get guys you want this round, you sort of have to overpay.
Yep, for sure.
So Jerry Jones' 2nd round pick has now become Brad Holmes'. I don't feel like saying it becomes Brad Holmes' intellectual property. What I was thinking was not appropriate to say on the air, so I'm not going to say it. So yeah, just wait on the Lions pick.
Yeah, I'm seeing quite a few wide receivers left here on the board. You know, you mentioned Jeremy Bernard, Antonio Williams for Clemson, Ted Hurst,
Hurst, Josh Cameron. There's a lot.
Elijah Surratt, Chris Bell, Deion Burks, Jacoby Lane. You know, I mean, there's a lot. Brennan Thompson, like you mentioned, Josh Cameron.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent left.
For sure. Let's not forget Bryce Lance. He's up there still, too. Kevin Coleman. Yeah.
What are the Lions going to do with this pick, though?
It's probably where they're going to grab Eli Stowers.
Albert Breer said is Michigan edge rusher Derek Moore, who I had a 1st-round grade on. That is who they moved up for.
Well, that's why they did in Michigan, bringing him home.
Pair him with Aiden Hutchinson.
That'll be nice.
Make that sack artist tandem even more.
I like Moore, man.
Right now, they've got Hutchinson at right end, and the starting left end is DJ Wanham. I think Derek Moore is one guy left in this draft that can beat out Wanham for that starting edge rusher spot.
Watching Derek Moore put Markel Bell on his ass at the Senior Bowl was yeah, that's when I became a Derek Moore fan. You know,
but Wanham's not very good. Like, he's a journeyman at this point in his career, and frankly, I think he could be a good situational pass rusher. But I think Moore's going to beat him out for the starting job in camp. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I'm going to go ahead and make that claim. Yeah.
You got Rodriguez going to your enemy.
Yep, and the Lions just traded up for Derek Moore.
I didn't get that here. I just got the Miami pick.
Yeah, I've been looking up some picks on X.
Yeah, because I don't have my computer with me. If I go upstairs, I'll have my computer.
I mean, I'm looking up this stuff on my phone.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have this kitchen, and it's probably I'm gonna go to this restaurant here because Derek Moore. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it. So so much better when you're watching at a restaurant. Oh my God, dude.
Yep, and Calvin Johnson's announcing the pick too. Lions legend Calvin Johnson.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go. I'm gonna see if my woman wants to go eat. We haven't ate yet, so I don't even know how to get to the place.
We have a trade. The Cowboys are sending pick 152 to San Francisco for D Winters
Oh,
because
really?
because the Niners gave up a third to Dallas for Oso Digizua
Bryce
to pair
Botcher.
with Alfred Collins. Now the Cowboys are sending 152 to San Francisco for D Winters. That is a breaking news alert from Adam Schefter. So your Niners, they now all of a sudden they've got some extra picks to play with in round 5.
Uh-huh. I like it.
That's funny.
Yep.
Freaking Niners.
And I bet you that means Bryce Botcher is going to come up really quick here.
Yep.
I know we spent a
I don't think
lot
you're
of time
getting
with him.
Blatcher, though.
Yeah,
I
they
don't
spent a
think you're
lot
getting
of time
him, though.
checking him out, though. And, of course, you say Anthony Hill is still on the...
Anthony Hill's better. He's the best linebacker in the
CJ
draft.
Allen is still up there, so... I loved watching CJ Allen and what he was doing. Man, that guy was...
Yeah, CJ Allen's still there, too. The Ravens... Let's find out what the Ravens are doing.
I would love to see Allen come in. That'd be crazy,
Zion
man.
Young, the pass rusher out of Missouri. So Zion Young, who we had a 5th round grade on, is the Ravens' a 2nd round pick. But most had Zion Young going in the 1st. I do think he can win the starting edge rusher job across from Trey Hendrickson.
No.
But people said that about Mike Green last year too. But Mike Green didn't really have the best maturity, not a great ceiling. Young is a better ceiling, but I don't think he's going to be. I think he's going to be a change of pace edge rusher rather than a complementary guy or a main guy.
McCain was so happy, body sent Pat McAfee for
Buccaneers?
celebration.
According to fake Corey Kinnan, one of the people that thinks they're too good to talk to me on X, the Buccaneers are taking Josiah Trotter over CJ Allen and Anthony Hill Jr.
Wow.
That's a surprise. I like Trotter. I'm just surprised they're picking him when there are better options.
I saw Trotter as a pretty solid linebacker. I didn't see him as a CJ Allen. I didn't even see him as a Bryce Botcher. And
Anthony Hill Jr.
I definitely always did like D Winters, but obviously I saw something going there, with Niners, talking linebackers before coming up to the draft. And, we brought Greenlaw back for a year. Him and Oren do their thing, but getting one of these young guys a year.
His pick, because I think his potential is it maxes out on 90, but I also think there's 3 or 4 better options.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of have mixed feelings about this pick for that reason, William.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, what I saw of CJ Allen, I would love to see him in San Francisco. But, we also have Fred Warner already, and got Dre Greenlaw. And Fred Warner is athletic Mike from hell, and I don't know. It's definitely going to see some things coming up here. They're going to fill out some depth coming up, especially our linebackers were decimated last year.
Yeah.
Absolutely decimated. Every position we had pretty much was, D-line, everything else. Seattle comes out there and says, "Oh yeah, but we won the Super Bowl in your home," and it's like, yeah, and you guys beat our 4th and 5th string backups. It's like wait until we go head to head again. Like we won this last year when we beat you.
And then you ripped their soul. Then they ripped your soul out on the kick return in the playoff game.
Right. But yeah, I mean, so it's going to be interesting because I want to see that toughness come back. I want to see a lot of that. We definitely need a safety of some kind, free safety, strong safety. It doesn't matter, man. Who we have is Jair Brown, who, underachieved coming out of Penn State, and we have Malik Mustafa, who, I kind of got soured on when I watched him get trucked by Patrick fucking Mahomes, and I mean, I just want to see some toughness come back, and I know we've been meeting with some of these free safeties like Cole Wisniewski from Texas Tech, and like Michael Taffy from Texas, players like that. So I definitely see one of them coming up because Malik Mustafa and Jair Brown are absolutely replaceable and forgettable and just the whole 9 yards. It's like, why don't you go ahead and put an enforcer back there, somebody to straighten some things out, and make these teams fear the Niners defense again, And that's kind of, what I've been preaching for 2 years with the Niners is get rid of these diva receivers and bring back some, grow some absolute beasts.
Zion Young, edge rusher from Missouri, the Baltimore Ravens take Zion Young.
That's definitely a Ravens pick, man. Definitely a Ravens kind of pick.
Well, the Niners got two picks in this round, so there you go, man. That should help you guys out. At least you get.
Yeah, and I'm still. Oh wait, yes. Hold on. We got a list. Okay, so we did list. We got to list Trotter too, because Trotter went 46th. I only have the news ticker up to one pick at a time, but yes, Josiah Trotter. Zion Young and Trotter go back to back. Missouri Tigers go back to back.
Nice.
Colts have waited way too long. I think they are working on a trade down. I mean, Colts have been on the clock for like 5 minutes, and the media hasn't leaked their pick yet. That means they're either going to wait till the last second to pick, or they're going to do a trade down.
Well, fellas, I'll tell you what. I wish I could stay longer, but unfortunately, I got to get rolling.
Well, alrighty. It was nice talking with you, Ron.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's got plans. Appreciate you making time for us.
Yeah, dude. No. Thank you very much for inviting me. Yeah, man. It's all been good. I wish I could stay longer, but it's kind of fortunate, but unfortunate. But NHL playoffs are in full swing right now, and so
with the NHL playoffs on, I don't blame you. Wait, is the Flyers Penguins game on tonight? Is Game 4 that tonight?
Saturday.
Yeah.
Saturday.
Okay.
Saturday. But some really important games tonight. The Montreal and
a lot of big game threes, a lot of pivotal game threes. With every series tied 1-1. Lightning Canadiens 1-1. The Golden Knights Mammoth is 1-1, and Oilers Ducks is 1-1.
Right, exactly. So, thank you guys. Have a good one. Good luck,
and hopefully your Flyers can finish things off tomorrow.
That would be some good news, right?
Yeah.
And maybe
Good luck with all of it, man.
right, and maybe the Steelers can still pick a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Mhm.
See you guys. Thank you.
Later, man.
That was Ron Mont of R&J Media. Hopefully he enjoys tonight's NHL action. Did Chris Ballard make the power go out on Twitter? So the Minnesota Wild decided to spend money to mention the state of Texas on their rally towels. Mess with Texas. Instead of don't mess with Texas, it says mess with Texas. And they basically took a shot at the state of Texas on their rally towels. I mean, that's not even original. It's just cheesy.
So I wonder.
Up as he leaves the call, and yeah.
What happened?
So the Steelers have traded up with the Colts.
Oh.
And
Ronnie boy.
Steelers made sure the power outage, because my servers were down during the draft last night on Draftutopia. Steelers are making power outages, some Wi-Fi connection problems when people criticize their picks. I don't know.
Well,
I just think they don't want that vaccine
the hell the Bears are going to steal from them.
Yeah, Pat McAfee starts talking. Nobody else is going to make a pick tonight. So, I think they're just trying to stave that off as long as possible.
I'm just wondering who the hell the Bears are going to steal from my Niners at pick 57. I mean,
sorry,
I just can't. I can't wait, man.
Meme. I'm laughing at this Patriots meme. Belichick never would have done what Vrabel did. Rossini's way too old for him.
Shit.
You could be Rossini's husband.
Poor guy's having the time of his life, and everybody's picking on him.
And the Steelers are going to have pick 47. Jeremy Bernard, another reach. The Steelers. This is still a reach, but it's not as bad of a reach. But I had Bernard in the 5th round, so this is another reach by the Steelers. Oh.
Yeah, it's like, I'm a Bernard supporter, but even I'm not even close to it. It's like I had him at least mid-3rd. This is Steelers are making the Browns look really good right now.
You had him in the 2nd round in February, but that was before you gathered the intel I had on him, and then you moved him down a little bit.
And you
It's still a better pick than what they did in the 1st round. I'm not going to give them a Steel City dry cornbread grade like I did for the IE Nature pick. It's at least a C or a C minus, just in terms of value. There were better receivers on the board. So that's at least a C minus. Yeah, there's a lot of good receivers still on the board. I think Bernard could be a high-end number 2, maybe a really good slot, but he'll never be a Pro Bowler. And Pittsburgh's got Pittman and they've got Metcalf, 2 receivers with Pro Bowl upside. So if they like Bernard the best, I guess they do have the luxury of making this pick, but it does feel like a wasted opportunity because Bernard's going to be stuck in that slot role for 4 years on that Steeler roster. So I guess I would give it a I was going to give it a C initially, but then I realized Steelers gave up extra picks to make that deal, and that's really why.
Hey, William, you going to tell Chris about how you texted me last night telling me how much you love the Browns?
Oh, yeah, not that I've ever actually, been mad at the Browns, but fuck them.
I'm sorry, but it's a B plus grade. I mean, I think Boston's going to be better than Conception. But the fact that they got Boston makes me hate the Conception pick a little bit less. Because now you can plug Conception into the slot role and he'll succeed. And you can have Boston and Judy on the outside. So it makes me hate that pick a little bit less. I still think it's a reach, but it's like, worst grade I gave the Browns a B plus. Joey's trying to sell me into moving it up to an A minus, and I'm not breaking my frame just because you're a Browns fan, Joey.
Well,
William likes
right,
Joey.
right about the time that I was finishing up my write up for what I thought was going to be Dylan Thieneman to the Niners. What was about the time that the Cleveland Browns took Casey Concepcion, and then the Niners started trading down, and there was one catalyst there, and I actually almost started thinking it was
with Pro Bowl upside, and the Steelers got none. That's a win for you, Joey. You have every right to savor this moment. That is a win for you. That's a win for your Browns. Because
I like Jeremy.
I've got an 89 on potential for Bernard. I've got a 93 on Boston and a 92 on Conception. So objectively speaking, that's a win for your Browns. Now the receivers just got to develop and not screw up in Cleveland. But that's a win for your Browns. Okay? I don't like admitting that, but that's a win for your Browns.
Outside of Dazon Stribling, I really wouldn't have been mad to hear Andy Lee, announce that we had picked Jeremy Bernard.
Bernard would not have.
I liked him better than some picks that could have been there.
Nah, so. Bernard would have been a number 2 or a number 3 in San Francisco. He never would have been a number 1 there. Avion Terrell is the pick. The Falcons take Avion Terrell, the brother of A.J. Terrell.
But that's one thing, is
the Super Terrell brothers. The Nintendo versus Atlanta Falcons lawsuit. We predicted this a few days ago when Joey was doing his mock before Williams stepped in. Then we made the jokes. The Super Terrell brothers reunited in Atlanta. And no, they're not going to be playing man coverage on Koopa Troopas in the sewers. They're not. So they're going to be playing man coverage on Bryce Young's boys. They're going to be playing man coverage on Baker's guys. They're going to be playing man coverage on Tyler Shah. Oh, and the younger Terrell can give the older Terrell some intel on Tyler Shah since they played against each other in college. So X is working again. Steelers just didn't want their pick because they knew they were probably going to get some backlash. Just spoke with one of Emmanuel McNeil Ward's former coaches. He hopes the Eagles trade up to get him today. I hope the Eagles don't trade up. I hope the NFL sets a trading handicap for Howie Roseman where he can only make one trade per draft. I'm just saying, if you made Howie Roseman draft with a handicap, I still think he would make good picks. The Panthers have just made a trade with the Vikings. Dave Tepper is angry that the Falcons sniped him out of Terrell, so he's retaliating by trading with the Vikings.
Well, then.
Well, Dan Morgan's the GM. He's technically the one conducting this trade, but
I wonder who this is going to be. I wonder if this isn't going to be like Eli Stowers or something.
Maybe Anthony Hill Jr. So 51 and 159 for 49 and 196. So Vikings are now going to have 51. Yeah, and I'll get the grades up after the stream, but right now I'm just gonna have fun with my team because I want to have fun. I'm not really in the mood to do grade write-ups right now. I just want to have some fun and break down these picks.
Yes, sir. That's what I agree with. All kinds of fun.
Because these picks just go by so fast. It's just more effective to just do like a
All I have to say is that the Niners making me wait an extra day. They better make it well worth it. And so far, Stribling, that isn't worth it so far.
the juice is not worth the squeeze in San Francisco.
Yeah.
The John Lynch juice. You need to make it worth the squeeze for William.
I said I was pretty sure that they were after. For some reason, I had it in there that it was Thieneman that they were after, and then it just all of a sudden they traded down to whatever 30, and then Shanahan said the same guys were going to be there at 33 that they were going to draft. So I knew either Concepcion or or Dylan Thieneman was a catalyst in that whole thing. They had it planned a couple different packages to trade down if their guy wasn't there. So I was listening to Shanahan, and it was all making sense what they had planned. So like I said, the receiver thing with Stribling, it's always with Shanahan. It's a receiver. It's not who you think it's going to be.
Yeah,
It's one of those things like drafting Pearsall, a couple of years ago in the first. It was like, when there's still like Lad McConkey on the board. And
Lee Hunter. I actually mocked Lee Hunter to the Panthers in round 3 of my mock. So I got
a few of those, aren't you?
The first pick I got correct on day 2.
I like it, man. You're getting a few of these right. Even if they're not the right round, the right name is just that much better.
Yeah, and Bobby Brown's in like the final year of his contract, so you bring Lee Hunter in, make him your backup for a year, and then he's starting next to Derek Brown on that defensive line in a year from now. And now the New York Jets are going to be drafting some new contact lenses that give Woody Johnson 20/20 vision.
Hey, man, I got 2015 vision, so.
Well, these contact lenses also allow him to fire laser beams out of his eyes like Cyclops.
Well, he needs those. He needs those for some of his receivers, and not for himself, man. And what the hell are the Jets doing drafting Sadiq, man? They just drafted Mason Taylor last year. That's crazy.
They're basically saying Mason Taylor's a tight end too because he doesn't have Pro Bowl upside. Woo! That's basically what the Jets
Pro Bowl upside, man. He just freaking. I don't get why they did that because he's a better receiver. But the thing is, even though Sadiq's
a blue chip player and Mason Taylor doesn't have Pro Bowl upside, Mason Taylor's got a better floor. And the Jets are basically disregarding that because they're the Jets.
Yeah, so. Oh, and then the U.S. Today here trying to say the Jets have a steal with Kenyon Sadiq at 16. How?
And Mel Kiper Jr. said the Jets were the biggest winner of the draft on SportsCenter. They reached for Cooper and they reached for Sadiq. They're not the biggest winner, Kiper.
Dude, Cooper was, like I said, man, watching that film, so many of those passes were decided in the huddle before. You could tell by the way they moved, by the way each receiver was running, man. It was like, those were drawn up, Fernando talking to Omar or Elijah, hey, you go here, we'll do this, and that stuff's not going to work so well in the NFL. And Omar Cooper, like I said, most of the time he's out there body catching passes, and I mean, obviously he's whatever you want to say in a Debo build, whatever 6'1", 220, something along those lines. But dude, I mean, I was just glad to see him off the board, like. and San Francisco, still waiting to pick a receiver because, Stribling is
D'Angelo Ponds,
whatever,
one
but
blue-chip players on my board is the pick. That is according to Josina Anderson. I don't think Josina Anderson would make that up. So that is an excellent pick since Joey and I both had D'Angelo Ponds going to the Jets at 16. So to get him at 50, that is an excellent pick by the Jets. I better get Anthony Hill Jr. All the AFC East teams are getting 4 blue-chip players. I had 4 blue-chip players on the board in round 2, and 3 of them went to AFC East teams. I am irate. Trade up for Anthony Hill, Elliot Wolf. I have a feeling the Vikings are going to pick Anthony Hill here at 51, but come on, Elliot. Trade up for him. I am irate that all of my division rivals got one of the 4 blue-chip players still on my board. I am irate about that. But Ponds to the Jets, Parker to the Bills, and Rodriguez to the Dolphins. I am not happy about any of those picks as a Patriot fan, but they're all great value picks. So yes, the Jets. The Jets took D'Angelo Ponds. So heading into day 2, I had 4 blue chip players: Ponds, Parker, and Rodriguez. Those 3 all went to AFC East teams. The only guy left on the board that I have a blue chip grade on, Anthony Hill Jr. from Texas. So Patriots, Elliot Wolf, it's time to make a move. It is time to move up. You move up from 63 to 51.
I'm kind of surprised Hill's still there.
It's time to move up.
He'll go by 40.
Yeah, I figured Anthony Hill Jr. would be gone by now.
Yeah.
I think McNeil Warren's still there too. I'm looking at the board. Yeah.
Yeah, he is. What are we on about? Pick 50 or
51.
so? 51.
Ponds the Jet.
The Jets might actually get an interception next year.
Well, the Jets got D'Angelo Ponds, so
Jets
yes.
Just picked up.
Yeah, and so the Bills got T.J. Parker, the Dolphins got Jacob Rodriguez, and the Jets got D'Angelo Ponds. I had 4 blue chip grades heading into round 2, and 3 of them went to AFC East teams. So the critic in me is happy for those teams, but the fan in me is irate. I'm literally at the point where if Elliot Wolf does not trade up for Anthony Hill Jr. or if Hill does not fall to 63, I'm going to let the president send ICE agents to the Patriots' road. That's where I'm at. That's how.
Elliot Wolf will just point and say he did it. Vrabel did it, just like he did the reporter.
Probably
It's
would.
to him doing it.
Yep, I'm going to get the Emmanuel Caden McNeil grade up while I have the opportunity. Because if picks aren't leaking on the media, the smartest thing I can do is, instead of feeling sorry for myself or just feeling bad, the smartest thing I can do is to find my write-ups for certain players and get those write-ups on the site as quickly as possible. And the Vikings pick is in.
Anthony Hill Jr.
Is it Anthony Hill Jr.? I mean, I heard rumors that the Vikings brought him in for a top 30 visit.
I shut everything down. So restream would run better, so I don't know.
Yeah,
Good check my
it's
phone.
not. I think we're at the point where so many people are using social media to find out the picks that, you know, teams just want.
Yeah, the draft is supposed to be fun. If you're just going in to try to look up picks beforehand, that just takes away the
The
fun.
Vikings took Jake Golday.
Back and enjoy it.
I had a fourth
Cincinnati.
round grade on Jake Golday. I feel a lot better about that.
Yeah. Oh, he's a big boy, 6'5", 240.
Yeah, big boy, but at the same time, it's like this early seems like this is
Yeah.
prime time for reaches.
That's for sure.
Like, you wonder why guys like Pons are falling. It's like Pons, Boston, all those guys. Like, look what we got. We got 4th and 5th round prospects going in early round 2 and mid round. Well, I guess this.
Well, the Vikings took a third round guy in round 1 in Caleb Banks, who has an injury history, but is a good scheme fit. Whereas Galde, I feel like, is a 43 linebacker. He can play anywhere in a 43, but I feel like he's a 43. But he did rush the quarterback without putting his hand in the dirt. There are some things to like, some things to be encouraged about. And I'm guessing Galde is going to be a Mike linebacker in the Vikings 34 defense.
Why? Yeah. Kind of explains that. Got to answer B. Okay. I like Golden, but at the same time, I didn't like Golden in round 2.
I have Golday in round 4, but Golday in round 2 feels like a reach. Because I had Golday in the 4th in the comp. I got the Niners taking Golday with a comp pick in round 4. So that's technically a 5th round pick if you want to get technical. A late 5th, 4th round comp pick. That's a 5th round pick in most years.
Yeah, I think they could
Let's
trade
see
it
what the
down.
Packers have done.
That's a wide receiver made.
Packers go to a commercial. Oh shit!
There'll be so many
Cole
damn,
Bowman has reported that the Falcons are the Packers are taking Brandon Siss, a corner that I have a backup grade on. I have an 83. Anything below an 85 is a backup for me. Packers have just wasted their 2nd round pick on a backup grade. They just took a player that would make Tom Grossi want to shave his head off, literally.
Good for the Packers, man. Good for
Great.
them. I like it.
Just the Elliott Wolf stay put. Somebody's going to fall to him at this point because some of these picks, somebody's going to fall.
Because the Packers took a backup corner. This might be the first F grade because I had a backup grade on him, and I said I was only handing out F grades if a team took a player we had a backup grade on. I had a starter grade on Ihi Nachor, but it's like he was outside my top 270, so I spared the Steelers. So the Packers are going to get first F grade of the night. I did not expect that. And Mary might go into Karen mode. Mary, the Mac and Cheese podcast, she might get into angry Karen mode. Lisa, former Packers writer at Draftutopia, she might get into angry Karen mode as well. So, we'll see.
Ron Wolf never would have done
have
this.
To be prepared. I agree. Ron Wolf never would have done this. And Elliot Wolf is laughing, ha ha ha, knowing that the Packers screwed themselves by not making him the de facto GM.
My dad never would have. Yeah, they had a chance to do. They had their chance. Just like the Browns had their Patriots are getting the spoils for it. Like everybody else had their chance, they didn't do it. Now the Patriots got it.
P.J. Allen, the Georgia middle linebacker, is a Colt.
Ooh.
So that's the first pick the Colts made. I mean, look at the Colts. I'll pull up the Colts depth chart here quickly, because I think Allen's a pure Mike linebacker. But the Colts, look at the Colts depth chart here. They were going to take a linebacker, and that was very evident. Because right now they have Austin Ajake at weak side linebacker and Akeem Davis Gaither at Mike. But I think they move Gaither to the weak side, and C.J. Allen becomes their Mike come opening day. I think Allen and Davis Gaither are going to be the two starting linebackers in the Colts in week 1. So I think Chris Ballard just Walker Texas Ranger Omar Khan. Yes, I know that's a Chuck Norris reference, but, that's how bad the Jeremy Bernard trade looks right now for the Steelers, because they gave up a 5th and a 7th to move up with the Colts. Colts get a first-round talent with the Steelers pick, and Chris Ballard, Walker Texas Rangers, Omar Khan on draft day in the city of Pittsburgh. It makes it a lot worse. And Howie Roseman's now on the clock. Let's find out what the hell the Eagles are going to do. Hopefully they take a punter.
Yep.
I know the Eagles are not that stupid. The fan of me is wishing they screw up that badly.
This is going to be one of those players that's fallen likely.
It's probably going to be McNeil Warren.
Yeah.
The Eagles lost Reed Blankenship at free safety. This is probably going to be McNeil Warren. Eagles are drafting at the 76ers halftime show against the Celtics. You know what Howie Roseman should do? He should go at half court and say, "I'm not announcing the Eagles pick unless you let me fire a half court shot." And then he fires the shot, and he misses it, and he announces the Eagles pick like he's Vince McMahon. Eli Stowers is an Eagle. Eli Stowers.
I was going to say, just wait until they freaking pick a tight end. I was trying to keep my mouth shut. I really was.
Well, they only gave Dallas Goedert $1 million for 7 years. Yeah. $7 million for 1 year. They were going to pick a tight end.
Well, yeah, but they could have picked someone else. Well, Stowers is still a more of the receiver.
Stowers is my de facto tight end too. He's a first round tight end for me. So that's a great pick by the Eagles. The Eagles are just kicking everyone's ass. Howie Rose.
Well, he's a first round receiving tight end. He's a receiver that they were trying to
and
pass.
Goddard will show him how to block. Like Goddard will help him improve as a blocker. So that's why it's great.
Stowers is who they were trying to pass the deke off as a pass catcher, and yeah.
Who said the Eagles took Pat
Hurts is getting, if he doesn't get the Eagles back to an NFC championship, I think they are going to move on from him and reload at a certain point.
Shit.
Because they just have too much talent on this offense to Pat McAfee announcing C.J. Allen as the pick. So the Colts have Hakeem Davis-Gaither and C.J. Allen. The Eagles now have Eli Stowers and Dallas Goedert, and then they also have Mekhi Lemon and Devonta Smith. So even if they trade, even with trading A.J. Brown, they've just been able to reload and get younger playmakers on that offense for Jalen Hurts. Ooh, my Patriots have just traded up with the Chargers.
Well, the only thing Harbaugh wanted was Ottawa Gin. Get drunk off next year's playoff loss.
So Gabe Jacas, the Illinois pass rusher that had double-digit sacks, is the pick according to Albert Breer. And with Albert Breer covering the Patriots, I highly doubt he would make that up, Joey.
Yeah, Breer's one of the best in the business. I doubt he made anything. Yeah.
So Logo and Jacas. I mean, I had a third on Jacas, but I know Brad took him in the group mock. I don't hate the pick, but it's like I don't love the pick from a value standpoint either with Hill still on the board. But the Patriots don't have a guy with 10 sacks. You got Draymond Jones, you got Harold Landry. You don't have a guy with 10 sacks. You draft a rookie with 10 sacks, push those veterans. It's kind of needed at this point.
Yeah, because if there's another offensive meltdown next year, I mean, they're going to need the pass rushers to even up the game a little bit before the opposing offense a little bit. So, you know.
So we get a guy with double-digit sacks. I'll pull up the Gabe Jacas numbers here. So Gabe Jacas, 6'3", 275, but he had 11 sacks this year. 11 sacks for Illinois this season. The Patriots got a guy with 10 sacks and an offensive tackle that gave up 0 sacks. I mean, even though I'd probably give both those picks B+ grades from a value standpoint, you really can't complain about either selection if you're a Patriots fan.
We just get less than not to.
Max Markham, a Bears fan. The Patriots trade up to get the last edge rusher, Gabe Jacas, and he is leaking the picks. Max Markham, he follows me on X. He is he's got like over 33,000 followers. Do you want me to message him about get an Under the Bleachers appearance after the draft, William? Because he is I think he's leaking some of the picks.
Yeah.
And Max Markham, Jermod McCoy's ACL must look like deli meat. Did not expect to fall this far. His knee must look like deli meat. That's pretty... I'm not sure if that's funny or if that's just sad. The Patriots gave up 61, 63, 131, and 202. So the Patriots got Jacas, and they kept their third-round pick. They did trade their second, fourth away, and they gave up one of their 4 sixth-round picks. And no, just because Elliot Wolf has 3 sixth-round picks, triple sixes. That doesn't make Elliot Wolf the false prophet, the Antichrist. He's not that. He's not performing his devil magic on the Patriots to make them a Super Bowl juggernaut. All right. Well, like suckers from New England jump the Jaguars. I can't say the word that comes before suckers. And here's someone making a meme of Trevor Lawrence in a pimp jacket with a gold teeth and a pimp cane. Trevor Lawrence in a pimp jacket. I kid you not. The Jaguars have drafted a pimp jacket for Trevor Lawrence. I'm texting William the picture of Trevor Lawrence in a pimp jacket. So the Jaguars have drafted a pimp jacket for Trevor Lawrence with the 56th pick in the draft.
Nice. Come on, number 58. Make it worth a while.
I low-key don't hate these picks. I mean, I'm not sure if I'd give either an A+ because Anthony Hill Jr. is still there, but I mean, Jacoss's a pretty good pass rusher. Brad Noble took him in the second round of the group mock. So, I mean, you get a guy who didn't give up any sacks. You get a guy who got 11 sacks. If both those players pan out, that keeps New England's Super Bowl window open for a long, long time. Okay, so I got the demo on in the background instead. This Nate Borkirker out of Texas A&M? Nate Borkirker, that's what, I don't believe that's the pick. Ty Simpson says he has not heard from Matthew Stafford, but his wife Kelly has actually texted him on Instagram and welcomed me and told me to hit her up if we need anything. But I can't wait to talk to Matthew. I just want to pick his brain. Ty Simpson. Oh, boy. So not only are we going to have tension between the GM and head coach, we're going to have tension between the quarterbacks now with Stafford's wife hitting him up before Matthew Stafford. Oh, boy. Nate Borkirker, who wasn't even on our simulator, So Nate Bortkirker. So the Jaguars somehow picked a worse tight end than Brent Strange. Somehow they picked a worse tight end. Bortkirker isn't even in my top 300.
Dude, okay,
We just need
this guy. I go to put on the film on this Bortkirker guy, and within 90 seconds, I'm turning it off because he's just not as good as about 15 other tight ends that are in this draft. So,
let me see what my potential grade on Nate Bortkirker is. I'm pretty certain this will be the same grade, but I want to see what we have here. 78.
yeah.
So we only had him 1 point higher than Carson Schlesinger, who had a 77 on last year, and he won D-Roy. So, hey, there's your optimism, Jags fans. There's your optimism.
And he goes before Max Clare, goes before Michael Trigg, goes before freaking, like, just really, I mean, Oscar Delp is a better tight end.
Jaguars just suck at drafting tight ends. Let's be real, guys. Let's be real. They took tight end 20 out of 20, and then they took a guy worse than Brent Strange this year. The Jaguars just suck at evaluating tight ends. Well, remember, this is the same franchise that attempted to convert Tim Tebow to tight end. The Jaguars.
Well, if tight ends are starting to do this, man, then my Niners need to grab theirs like right now, and it needs to be either Michael Trigg or Max Clare.
No, it needs to be Justin Jolly because he's the best tight end on the board.
No, on your board.
Yeah, on my
your
board. Not all boards are created equally.
Well, especially my tight end board.
Don't worry, William. He'll be injured within the first week anyway.
But
you'll never even see him on the field.
Yeah.
Blow out an ACL.
Let's see. This is where the Bears take somebody like Michael Taffy or something like that, you know, so somebody who has actually set on, you know, I mean, they already stole Loveland last year from me, so I mean, they can't do any worse than
I know how the 49ers can fix this. I know how the 49ers can fix their injury problems. Take somebody that's already hurt.
Oh, we have some news. The Vikings have traded Jonathan Greener to the Eagles. So Howie Roseman, he gets his edge rusher and Jonathan Greener, double-digit sack guy for 2 third-round picks. And he also gets a tight end and a receiver. So Howie Roseman is just performing Jedi mind tricks on the rest of the GMs. He's like Yoda at this point. He's just embarrassing everyone.
Well, he's probably just got blackmail on everyone else, you know. So he's like, no, see, you guys drop Nate Bortkirker over here, and then you know, Brandon Sis will go up here, you know, and
you do know he's one.
He's like, otherwise,
the wife texting, you know.
What, Howie Roseman's responsible for the wife of... So Howie Roseman's responsible for Matthew Stafford's wife texting Ty Simpson, basically. So he puts on a Kelly Stafford mask, steals Stafford's iPhone, and then he starts texting Ty Simpson and catfishing him in the process.
Yeah, it's all Roseman.
That'd make a great episode of
Roseman just tapped the lines, and Roseman just tapped the lines, and that was it. Well, tap the airway.
Iowa center Logan Jones, who I have a first-round grade on, is a Bear. Logan Jones. I mean, the Bears did get Garrett Bradbury from the Patriots, but he's on a 1-year contract, and Logan Jones is going to develop under him and then take over in 2027. That is a great pick by the Bears. Ryan Poles, I would argue, is the biggest winner of this draft outside of Howie Roseman. He's the biggest winner of this draft, William, because Logan Jones, that's a great value pick at 57. I had him at 19 on my board.
Yeah. Another one of those positional values where they're at.
Yep. And Williams Niners are up. I'm not going to say anything. I know you don't want me to.
They're going to take somebody that's already injured so they can't get injured. this year.
Yep.
It's going to go. They're going to fix their injury.
Modern problems require modern solutions.
Exactly.
Get one that's already injured, man. Maybe if he steps onto the Niners field and he's already injured, then he can only get better.
Ooh! The Browns have traded 70 and 107 to Williams Niners for 58 and 152. Andrew Berry and John Lynch have just made a trade. And the Browns' next two picks are going to Williams Niners.
Two former defensive players. Let's see what comes of it.
58 and 152. So the Browns do get the Niners.
Andrew Berry was a defensive. Andrew Berry was a defensive back.
Yeah, Harvard. He didn't make it in the NFL, but he was a former
defensive player. Yeah, I think he was Stanford. I think. He's at an Ivy League school.
Well, that's another thing Andrew Berry and Stars GM Jim Nill have in common. Jim Nill was a former right winger on the St. Louis Blues in the 70s. Then he went to the Red Wings. Then he as assistant GM. Then he went to the Stars. Andrew Berry was a former defensive back. So both GMs were former players. So fun fact there. But let's get back to this trade between Williams Niners and Joey's Browns. This is Logan Jones is going to be the Bears' pick. So, William, your Niners got sniped by the Bears because Logan Jones is a player that I had in the first round, number one center in the draft. I got him at 96 of the group mock I was in for on X. I got him in like the fourth round. I traded up for him. And everyone was sleeping on him because he was 24, turning 25. But he's a top 20 player in the draft, Logan Jones. I mean, I had him higher on my – I think I had Creed Humphrey at 18 on my board in 2021. I had Logan Jones at 19. So, yeah.
I think the 49ers are just scared to draft somebody because they think they'll get injured as they're celebrating the pick.
That is possible.
Jumps up to celebrate after, tears his ACL. 49ers don't want to deal with that.
Well, at some point they're going to have to realize they have to make a pick instead of doing this, getting some freaking third and fourth string fucking backups.
Because right now
that's getting old right now.
Looking at a Bills. Maybe we're looking at Bills, Seahawks, or
We've made one pick, and now we have like 9. Well, there's not fucking 9 spots on the team, and it's getting rather old.
That player get injured immediately. Made that player immediately. You must scare him off. Warriors had 20-some injuries last year. I mean, it's possible.
Weird fact. A Browns second-round pick has now been arrested in back-to-back seasons before Week 1. That was, according to Barstool Cleveland, as of 3 hours ago. So, if we're doing prop bets on which Browns second-round pick is going to get arrested, it's Denzel Boston or the player they pick here. One of them is going to get arrested before Week 1.
Here's the prop bets they should be in. Does a Browns second-round pick get arrested before a 49er gets injured?
That's a great question, Joey. The trade-up is for Christian Miller out of Georgia, who I have a first-round grade on, who I actually think could beat out Malik Collins. That's what we're hearing. Never mind. More for you, Cleveland saying McNeil Warren. McNeil Warren. Okay, multiple sources are saying it's Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
That'd be a great pick too. I can't complain either way.
I have Miller higher on my board, but 3 sources have said it's McNeil Warren, including George Schultz. So yes, John Lynch just handed the Browns Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
Thank you, John Lynch. I got it right here for you tonight. In fact, I got one right here. Right there. See it? This is John Lynch right here.
I mean, this draft, the Browns might actually do it. I mean, the worst pick I think they've made is Conception, but I can't really say anything bad about him because he's going to be used as a slot receiver this year. And if the Browns keep drafting this well, I could see them get in as a 7 seed in the AFC with their strength of schedule. I'm not saying it will happen, but I could see it.
Yeah, because McNeil Warren, he can play
Free safety over Ronnie Hickman.
I mean,
so
yeah, he can play safety. I mean, McNeil Warren played corner, safety, done all kinds of things. So he probably play special teams too. Gonna be a worth return. Probably be a gunner. Hey, and Joe Haynes make a pick.
yeah. Marlon Klein is the pick at 59. The Texans reach for another tight end that we had a backup grade on.
Wow.
Marlon Klein goes ahead of Max Clare. Like, what the hell are we doing?
This is getting stupid, you know? I mean...
I had a 77 on Marlon Klein. I had a worse grade on Marlon Klein than I had on Nick Borchkircher.
Marlon Klein's film lasted less on play on my phone than the Botchkircher guy.
I've got
he might have made it about 17 seconds.
Kirker, a 77 on Klein.
He might have made it about 77 seconds before I shut off the film because it was just that bad.
I think I took Klein in one of my was in like round 6.
So right now we've got the Jaguars, the Packers, and the Texans in the running for the worst draft. But the Texans took some good players before in Rutledge and McDonald. So I would say right now the Jaguars and Packers are playing a game of tug of war to see who's having the worst draft.
It's 49ers are avoiding injury. And avoiding tight ends that seemingly going in round 7 or undrafted. So they're doing a good job of avoiding those tight ends. Well, at this rate, they have a very good pick coming up because, going to have these tight ends they're going to have to worry about just creeping up and going into their DMs.
The Titans have just traded up with the Bears. The Titans, they got a receiver. They got my third best receiver, and they got a guy who failed to get 10 sacks in the first round. At
least you didn't fail a drug test.
Yep, that's true.
Go look at the bright side.
Titans are going to have the Bears pick here. Titans give up 69 and 144. They give up a third-round pick and a fifth-round pick to move up 9 spots.
Size, speed, Tucker Craft.
Anthony Hill Jr. is the pick. My only blue chip player left on the board. That is probably the Titans' best pick, as sad as that is to say, because I had him 6 spots ahead of Carnell Tate on my big board.
It's a heck of a pick. It's like we were just talking. Wonder why Hill was still there.
I think he's a dark horse to win D-Roy. In Robert Sala's defense, Anthony Hill Jr. is a dark horse for D-Roy.
Oh, I agree.
I'm not saying he'll win it. I'm saying he's a dark horse, in context.
Oh yeah. I have a feeling he's probably going to have him moved out as soon as he walks in the damn building.
And the Rams are up. Blaine Grissack, Rams reporter. The Titans are on my bad side. Took Tate at 4. Now they move right ahead of the Rams to take Anthony Hill Jr. I hope they play Super Bowl 34 highlights at Nissan Stadium for eternity. Jeez.
Well, hey, at least they didn't have the starting quarterback's wife texting the young guy.
Yeah. Dan Orlovsky doing victory laps with Pat McAfee and the boys. I think that's from yesterday, but yeah.
Did he run out the back of the end zone?
Yep.
Or
You know what's
ran out
funny?
the back of the end zone?
You know what's funny, Joey? Yesterday, the Outkick founder Clay Travis lost his shit when the Titans drafted Cardell Tate, but then he said the Rams taking Ty Simpson was the best pick of the first round, when many would argue it was the worst pick of the first round. Yeah, he's pissed at the Cardell Tate pick. I mean, he's a Titans season ticket holder. He's pissed at the Cardell Tate pick. But hey, yeah, let's see.
You think Cam Ward struggled last year because he didn't have anybody to throw to, didn't you? I mean, you might want that thing and not be upset when they try to remedy that. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, they got Calvin Ridley and they've got Alec Aomanor and Shamir Dyke, but I think Tate and Ridley are going to be on the outside, and Aomanor and Dyke, 4th, 5th round picks from last year's draft are competing for that slot job. That's kind of what it looks like, unless the Titans double up at receiver. And the Rams are taking Max Clare. The Rams are taking Max Clare, the draft pick that will turn William Yanish into the Incredible Hulk. They have Terrence Ferguson. They have Max Clare. Max Clare is a Ram.
Max Clare.
Ty Simpson does not deserve Max Clare. I'm just going to say that much, William, before... Ty Simpson does not deserve Max Clare. I think the Rams, at this point, the Rams do have the luxury to trade Tyler Higbee away, Joey, because you have Max Clare and you have Terrence Ferguson. As much as I love Tyler Higbee, with those young tight ends, you may as well move Higbee and see what assets you can get for him.
Tight end. But I think this is another tight end reach. I do.
I agree. I have Justin Jolly as my tight end 3. My tight end 4 is Tanner Kozoil, and my tight end 5 is Max Clare. But Williams got it. Clare is his tight end 1. So he's devastated that the Rams, a division rival, got his favorite tight end.
Well, like I said, it always happens.
Oh, so that's where
You
you get some whiskey.
Shanahan dragging his fucking feet.
Heck, William, I thought Claire went and you went to get some whiskey. Like, I didn't think you wanted to see what was going on there. Like,
Nah.
just sent a text to my buddy, big time Ohio State fan. It's like, hey, Max Clare's a Ram.
They don't even know what to do with the tight end.
Elijah Surratt's still on the board. Ryan Parker's still on the board. Caleb Tiernan's still on the board. Christian Miller's still on the board. So there's a lot of guys still on the board.
Do you think either one of the current tight ends for the Rams going to be their wife going to be texting Max Clare?
Let's find out.
Kelly Stafford's going to be texting Max Clare next.
Yep, Tyler Higbee's wife, Malalea, she definitely looks like someone that would text Max Clare, because Max Clare looks like a young Tyler Higbee. So yeah, I definitely think Malia Higbee's going to follow suit, follow Kelly Stafford's lead on that one.
Yeah, Malia Higbee's like, oh, The new. Like used cars.
And Oren just sent me this picture of the Palms Casino with Mendoza on it for anyone that wants to. It's a hotel with Mendoza on it. That's the party I think Oren's at. But yeah, it's a hotel that's got Mendoza on the billboard. I think the Broncos have just made a trade with the Buffalo Bills. So the Broncos, knowing they don't have very many picks, have just traded down with Buffalo. $66 and $182 to move up four spots.
Yeah. I just texted my buddy and told him that the 49ers were avoiding injuries by not taking players. Ohio State has 6 drafting now.
Yeah, I am wearing an Ohio State shirt. It's not the Champions t-shirt, but it is under the Pop-Tarts Bowl shirt, the Ohio State. I got to go to Ohio State with one of my friends in the summer. I got to go to the campus. It's very nice.
Max Clint Crowd, he's already signed all this shit. He's already become a fan.
So the Broncos get 66 and 162. This person's saying 162 is the first pick of the 6th round. That is false. There are 162 is 182 is the first pick of the 6th round. 182. Okay, so 66 and 182. So a third and a sixth to move up. And the Bills trade up for Davison Igbinosun, a corner I had a Pro Bowl grade on. Another Ohio State player, and I think Davison Igbinosun is good enough to beat out D. Alford for the nickel job. I was not high on D. Alford. I had a backup grade, so I love this pick for Buffalo at 62. And that is number 7 from Ohio State for your friend, Joey.
Yeah, he's only rating half the 10 sending him, so he missed half my joke. So straight right now. I'll give him the good news later. Sound straight first.
Chargers need to be running up to the podium for Emmanuel Pregnan. They need a left guard to replace Zion Johnson. They should be sprinting up to the podium like Sonic the Hedgehog in Green Hill Zone. This is ridiculous.
They can reach speeds of Sonic the Hedgehog. I'll be impressed.
Yep. Yeah, I'll have live grades on TalkShoe as soon as the draft ends. But yeah, I'm kind of curious what's going to happen with the Chargers and with the Seahawks. I do think the Seahawks potentially, because the Seahawks only have 4 picks and they kept 32. So I do think, and that's about to be 7 schools. 0 quarterbacks selected in round 2, 3 in the previous 5 years. Jake Ellenbogen, who we had on the podcast, here are his thoughts on Max Clare. Max Clare is a great route runner, but he can't block as a tight end. I am beyond confused. You're
No.
laughing because you know that's bullshit from the Purdue tape, William. That's why
very
you're
much,
chuckling.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, I mean, Max Clare was about the biggest kept secret in this draft when it came to a tight end and what he could do, you know, and I mean, just all around, I mean, all these people have these
We had
issues
Jake on our podcast a few
with
years
these,
ago, Joey, when the Rams were
like some guy,
so it's like
some guy last night trying to say, oh, well, Sadiq can improve on his blocking. It's like, oh my God, dude. It's like, did you just read that off the internet or something, you know? And
yeah, and that comment's already at 21 likes. The
yeah,
the Max Clare block comment.
dude, you know, I mean, and they have what, Tyler Higbee there, they have Colby Parkinson there.
They have Terrence Ferguson from last year's draft, their Oregon tight end.
Yeah, and they drafted him in the second round last year. He most definitely wasn't.
They're going to move
second round tight
Parkinson,
end, man.
They're going to move Parkinson or Higbee.
Yeah, they are.
They're going to move one of them.
They have to. You know, I mean, having 4 tight ends isn't anywhere on any NFL roster that there is. You know, unless you.
How do you know? Maybe Stefanski called him up and said, "You need 5 tight ends, so they need to draft one more."
Yeah. I don't know what the hell. Like I said, man, it always ends up being a rival. It's like when Trey McBride, you know, got drafted. It had to be the Cardinals, man. You know, and it happens every year, man. Like one of my favorite players taken by the Seahawks, taken by something like that. You know, yeah. But you know,
red, baby.
There is one name left that I won't be mad at when it comes to tight end, and it better be being read at about 70.
Akeem Ezdor was the Chargers pick at 22.
Mm-hmm.
And we still don't know who the Chargers are picking. They're telling social media to Charger. So the Seahawks have 6 minutes on the clock. Felt like the Patriots were aggressive back in 2024, but yeah, Elliott Wolf's made sure.
I'm just wondering who actually evaluates some of these tight ends, because I mean, really, like some of these guys that are having their names read are absolutely bad. They're not good at what they do. They don't run well. They don't do anything.
Yeah, we need to. All right, so we're gonna invite the Jaguars and the Texans to a mandatory tight end 1 boot camp hosted by yours truly, William Yanish, the creator of the tight end 1 handle on Facebook. So, open invitation to both of those teams to attend William's tight end 1 boot camp.
Yeah, they most definitely need it, and also obviously, man, the Rams. I mean, taking Ferguson last year too. These guys need something. I'm not sure if you know, after trading away all those picks, you know, when McVay first got there, you know, that they didn't have a first round pick for whatever, how many different years, you know, and they were just trading them for established players, and then, you know, all of a sudden they get back in and they're drafting undraftable tight ends in the second round 2 years in a row, you know,
and
when
the
they already have
Chargers
two on
player
their
I
team.
mocked to them back in August, Jake Slaughter, the center from the Florida Gators. Jake Slaughter is a Charger. Chargers did need a starting center, and they got their man in Jake Slaughter. That's a great pick. They still need a left guard to replace Zion Johnson, but that is a great pick at this point in round 2. I mean, what do you think of that pick?
Well, you know, I mean, coming in from Florida, you know, being in the SEC against that competition, you know, I mean, I feel that this is definitely a good pick. The second round, you know, there's always teams coming up for cornerbacks and O linemen, you know, and it just depends on what they like, you know.
What are the Seahawks going to do with the final pick in round 2? I'll make a separate news ticker for round 3 because this one's at 970 out of 1,000 characters.
Well, I can't say what I would tell them to do with it, but I don't know. Seahawks, obviously, they that they replaced the DN they lost, right? In Boy Mafi and Boy Mai, and I'm not quite sure what they're going to do here because they also took a running back too, didn't they?
Ooh, sounds like the Seahawks are going with my second best receiver, Chris Brazzell. There's also people saying AJ Halsey, the LSU free safety.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to pass on Taffy.
Like I said, that is one place that I would like to see the Niners. Between Taffy and I don't know if it's going to be him or Cole Wisniewski. Cole Wisniewski obviously is a little bit further down there.
Did Trevor Lawrence make the Nick Borchkirker pick in this pimp outfit? Is that how that went down, William? Like,
I wouldn't doubt it, man. I mean,
Nick Borchkirker is a Jaguar, and then he slams the cane in Gladstone's office, and then that becomes the pick.
Come on with it. Smacks him with baby powder. Baby powder? We changing babies?
Pip cane. Bud Clark, according to Jordan Schultz of Bleacher Report, TCU free safety Bud Clark is going to be the backup to Julian Love, and it's a reach, but it's a better value pick.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense because I mean he was obviously going to be a mid-round pick somewhere, and he has a chance to come in as a backup and cut his teeth, learning the game, a lot more than he could have at TCU,
Brad Noble sent a photo. What has Brad sent me? I'm very happy about that. Yeah, the Gabe Jacos pick. I saw that. He's former. Yeah, we got a sack artist and a guy who didn't give up any sacks. I'm very happy about that as a Patriot fan.
Oh, and you'll never guess what. Just like in front of pick 90, where the Bears sit, right in front of pick 70 is where the Bears sit. They better not make it a habit of stealing my players.
Elijah Surratt is still on the board here. Elijah Surratt would probably be the cover photo for round 3, but I'm going to wait until Surratt's officially picked to post that selection. But yeah, I've got the news ticker for round 2 already updated. Already finished that. So now, I guess we can create a new news ticker. Should we just create? Yeah, I think that should be the way we go about this for round 3. We just create a news ticker every time. Every time teams on the clock, we'll just create a new news ticker.
Well, between now and pick 70, only the Broncos might be needing tight end. So, of course, maybe they'll take someone like Sam Roush or something like that.
This one hurts, man. That's Brad Noble on the Martin Klein pick. So Brad Noble, this one hurts on the Marlon Klein selection.
Yeah, dude. Watching some of these guys on film has just been bad. I mean,
and the Cardinals have selected the third quarterback. Carson Beck is a Cardinal.
Oh, wow. I saw that somewhere earlier today talking about Carson Beck being drafted.
I think
and
Carson Beck's
I
going to
like
start
that.
week 1 because
I
right
think
now
he will,
Jacoby
too.
Brissett's like, look, now that Kyler Murray's on the team, if you want me to go
He's
to
pro ready,
off-season
man.
mini camps, you got to pay me more money. No,
He's-
you were the worst quarterback in the 2016 draft. If you don't want to be
Yeah.
our property, we'll start Carson Beck and cut and ship you to Denver for Mr. Irrelevant. We will. You got to understand your place, Jacoby.
I like that pick, man, because like I said, Carson Beck is about the most pro-ready quarterback there is. He's got the hardware to prove it, you know. And
I think we will see Beck start before we see Ty Simpson start for the Rams.
I bet he will. I would pretty much bet money on that one. You know, and Beck is just, I mean, he's head and shoulders above a quarterback compared to Ty Simpson.
Well,
Ty
I
Simpson
mean-
was so plain, so, you know.
Well, the Super Bowl riddle I got from a
Run-of-the-mill.
sports book is a AFC power couple will take on the power of love in Super Bowl 61 on Valentine's Day. I got the haiku and stuff, so that means it's Julian Love, Seahawks. It means it's Jordan Love of the Packers, or it means it's Jeremiah Love. Now, the Cardinals getting to the Super Bowl with Carson Beck and Jeremiah Love as rookies would be a hell of a story, even if they lost and got dog-walked.
Well, you know,
lie.
I mean, they have the best tight end in the league, and Trey McBride. You know, they obviously have
Plus,
Trey Benson
a
to back
Bills
up.
Cardinals Super Bowl with Josh Allen versus the Cardinals rookies would be fire. You have to admit.
It would be, man. I would love to see that, just because, you know, I mean,
Yeah,
and yeah.
I think the Mafia would win very handily, very convincingly. But I mean,
in my one fantasy league, Carson Beck is going to be my second round pick. I definitely need a quarterback.
I think with this pick, the Cardinals may have just played themselves into a wild card spot. If Carson Beck starts and becomes good, has immediate impact, Cardinals low key could be a wild card this year.
Yeah, they could be. You know,
I'm not saying they'll go on a Super Bowl run like all these conspiracy theorists, but with this selection, their chances of going from a rebuild to potentially a wild card have increased substantially.
Yeah, Carson Beck is a
And
pretty
here we
good
got the American
quarterback, so you know. But, yeah.
So Carson Beck is the Cardinals' pick to start round 3. So if Brissett wants to hold out OTAs and demand money, we'll just start Minshew and then make Beck the backup and trade him away. We'll trade Jacoby Brissett to Denver for Mr. Relevant, because that is how little value I think Brissett brings to the team, is that he kept Drake May from starting. He sucked. Denver wanted Jacoby Brissett as a backup over Stidham for Mr. Relevant. I'm making that move right now. Like, I'm literally making that deal right now, because I think Carson Beck is the best quarterback on the Cardinals roster right now, as sad as that is to say. William agrees with me. Joey's a little bit skeptical of that notion, but Carson Beck is the third QB off the board. I had Carson Beck exactly at 65 on our draft simulator, too. It's almost like the Cardinals have been studying our draft simulator. I'll give the Bidwells credit. I mean, they're going all offense here. And
man, we started out with 6 picks. We now have 9 picks, and we've only made 1 selection. And we didn't pick in the first round. Dude, you know, I mean, these guys better be
Tyler Onyedim.
Sit out their ass.
The Broncos took Tyler Onyedim. I did have a 6th round grade on him, but, you know, you get him as a 34 right end, that's not a bad pick. The Broncos do need a 34 right end to replace John Franklin Myers. And now Oren's Raiders are back on the clock. I mean, right now the Raiders have gotten a number 1 corner in Stoops, and they've got Mendoza.
Mm-hmm.
That's their draft so far. This is a perfect time to grab Elijah Surratt. Get Mendoza a weapon he is familiar with. Razzle's still there too. So is Skylar Bell.
Definitely see that. ESPN has Bell 1 spot better than Surratt.
Yeah. Skylar Bell or Chris Bell? There's
Skylar
2
Bell.
Bells. Okay.
Chris Bell is actually a couple big picks down from Elijah and Skylar.
Good.
You know, I think next year, to go along with my top tight end list, there's going to be a list of tight ends not to draft. You guys can have these for free afterwards.
Yeah, William might create a Patreon account, and he'll put the tight ends not to draft for free and the tight ends to draft on a Patreon. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm definitely going to do that. Jennings Dunker is still on the board. I like that. Cage Casey. I'm starting to wonder because, you know, the Niners have to start making
I've
picks
got
eventually.
Cage Casey. I have him in my top 50.
Mm-hmm.
How many players in my top 32 are still there? Well, Brian Parker's there. Caleb Surratt, Parker, Tiernan, Christian Miller, I think, is still there. I think Jennings Dunker is there as well as Jermod McCoy. So Jermod McCoy, Jennings Dunker are both still there.
Mm-hmm. Usually Shanahan.
Aaron Crawford?
Exactly.
Aaron Crawford's not even on our simulator, and we have a backup grade on him. The Raiders reach. They reach for a backup edge rusher. They have much bigger needs with all the edge rushers they got in free agency. They brought back Tyree Wilson. They brought back the Buffalo player they drafted.
I don't see how they have some of these guys up here, man. Jack Andrews from Texas. He's just like that Texas tight end last year who ended up with what?
I believe the Vikings own 68. I know ESPN says because the ESPN says the Eagles have pick 68, but they traded their 2026 third rounder to the Vikings in the Jonathan Greenard trade. So I believe the Vikings have 68 because I think the Eagles traded their own third rounder to Miami. But the third rounder they had from the Jets was the only third rounder the Eagles had. So I believe that Vikings own that pick, not the Eagles. And ESPN has not updated it. Horrible pick by the Raiders. I mean, this guy wasn't even in our top 300.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the Raiders, they get an F grade. They get an A+, and they get a B in round 2. They get an F in round 3. But yeah, I mean, you still don't have a number 1 receiver for Mendoza. You don't have a right tackle. If you move Stoots from number 1 corner over to free safety, you're not going to have a number 1 corner. This is how you turn Mendoza into David Carr. If you want a blueprint on how to turn Mendoza into David Carr, this is the blueprint, ladies and gentlemen.
Or, you know, you can just line up the same linemen that they've been putting out there for a minute, you know, and then let Dozer run around behind him, you know, and get sacked 78 times. Yeah. And, you know, he might be lucky enough not to break his back like Carr did. That poor guy. I remember that season, man. That was what, 78 sacks,
Are
something
you
like that.
kidding me? Markel Bell is an Eagle. The Eagles did trade a third rounder to the Vikings, but it wasn't this pick. And Markel Bell, who I have a second round grade on, is an Eagle. He's now the backup left tackle to Mailata, and Eagles have been crushing it. They get a swing tackle that could be the successor to Lane Johnson. Really like that pick. And the Bears now have the Titans. And then the Niners have 70, so I need to update that on the site too, because why does LinkedIn have to do a Mendoza commercial? We get it. I have a LinkedIn. I do. I have a LinkedIn. I only use it like I probably use LinkedIn less frequently than I use any of my other social media platforms. But I got like 50 endorsements for social media and 38 for sports.
Man, literally, within 3 picks of our next 3 picks, the Bears are on the clock in front of the Niners.
Yep, Bears.
I'm starting to hate this, man.
The Eagles took Markel Bell, who I had a late second round grade on.
Yeah, got knocked on his ass by Derek Moore. Of course,
Chicago Bears got pick 69, and we have a gif of Billy Madison saying 69. Come on, guys. Like, I think Joey left mainly because he knows the Browns are no longer picking tonight, and he has no other incentive to stay. As much as he'd like to stay, it's the battery, and it's the fact that once the Browns traded up with the Niners, his incentive to stay pretty much died. But I appreciate the contributions while we got them.
Speaking of which, I got to go grab my charger.
Yeah, I'll do draft grades after we get the top 100 picks in. I might just leave the show live and just I don't know, because I don't know how I do. I'll stay. I'll order an energy drink. I don't know if I want to order an energy drink. It's just like I've got coffee here, I guess, but I'm probably gonna get a water and then just get some coffee.
Coffee.
I mean, I can either get coffee or I can do an energy drink at the gas station, but I just don't want to leave the apartment during the live stream. So, M. Bell, the Miami Hurricanes left tackle, is the Eagles pick, and the Bears are up at 69. We have an update on the Bears on X. Sam Rosh, the Stanford tight end.
Say what?
Sam Rosh, the Stanford tight end,
is who the Bears just took.
So the Bears just put a third string tight end behind Loveland and Colmet, 2 special tight ends. Colmet, Loveland, 2 special tight ends, and then you get Rock. You take a third string tight end. Feels a little early for this, but I know you're happy because I know you're happy because the Bears have sniped you so many times in this draft. Sam Rosh, this would have been a good pick in round 6 or 7. Horrible pick in round 3. I'm not going to give it an F grade, though, because I think I had an 85 or 86 on potential for Sam Rosh. I'll probably give it a D grade, but I'm not going to give it an F grade.
Unless they're moving Cole Kmet, then, you know, I don't know what to say. So
I don't think they're moving Cole Kmet.
You know, that's kind of the.
They might move him in 2027.
I don't know why the hell they would
I don't
do
think
that.
they're moving him yet.
Roush
Especially when he still
was a
has
decent
trade
blocker.
value.
Yeah. You know, Roush has some blocking value, but that's about it, man. You know, I mean, there were analysts talking him up for whatever reason, but like I said, it goes along with the Botch Kirker and that other pick, man. It was like these guys are just not. What the hell are they doing picking them in the second, third round, man? You know.
Yeah, the Raiders took Stooks with this pick. I'm on the second round. I'm not spoiling the draft grades for William. I'm not spoiling the Niners pick. We'll get back to leaking picks once the Niners pick is officially official on social media.
I think Roush ended up at number 9 or 10 on my. No, maybe it was beyond that.
I think he was like number 14 on my rankings.
Got my rankings around here someplace, but yeah, he was one of the last names, and I went up to 13. I went up
to 18 on the simulator, and Sam Rosh was tight end 15.
Yeah. Now let's see what the Niners can do here to make my day better, gentlemen. Promello height. Oh my god, dude. I'm over it.
Promello height. I've got him at 98 on our simulator. Sack artist, good depth player to have for insurance if Nick Bosa gets injured.
He plays way high, dude, and he's way light. I was wondering, like you know, when I saw that they were connected to him, and yeah, dude. Needless to say, the Niners fucked up my day. So
I would give that a B grade for Mellow Height. I mean, I had him in the late third. I think I had him at 98 on my board, maybe in the 100s on the simulator. You can maybe a B minus, but anywhere between a B and a C minus is where I would give this grade. It's not a D grade, despite Williams' disappointment in the pick. It's not a D grade. So.
Okay, let's get this.
Let's see. The Commanders still on the board. You know, it'd be hilarious if they went to the White House and the president announced the pick. I don't think that's going to happen, though. But I posted a meme of the Cardinals getting the Arch Manning pick and the president having to comment on it. Yeah. All right. So yeah, Traden Stooks is a Raider, and then 70 SFR height. Okay, so Stooks. I gave Trey Stoops a B in man coverage, an A in zone, and a B in press, and an A- in run stuffing. So Stoops, great zone cover player, but if he's playing free safety, he can do well as a zone coverage guy. If he plays corner, he's going to have to be in a zone coverage scheme. And the Raiders want to move him to free safety, so he might succeed there. We'll see. The Commanders still haven't turned their card in. They've got 15 seconds left. So right now, Dan Snyder is in Magic Johnson's office performing some Emperor Palpatine voodoo. Magic Johnson has to call security. He can't whoop Dan Snyder's ass. So, and you would think for a former face of the NBA, he would be able to whoop Dan Snyder's ass pretty easily.
Man, I would hope so.
But yeah, Dan Snyder, he's in Commander headquarters like Emperor Palpatine trying to sabotage the draft. Antonio Williams. Yeah, we hear you better, Joey. The Commanders select Antonio Williams.
Okay.
So Antonio Williams.
Yeah, this thing's been failing since the podcast started, so I'm trying.
Yeah, before all I could hear was static, dude. So now I can hear you much better. So.
Yeah, actually Bluetooth, and I'm hoping that the Bluetooth takes care of the problems and hope this thing doesn't fail again. So hopefully it's just simple that I didn't think of before now. Injured yet?
No, but they did get Romello Height in the third round. And so Romello Height is Bosa's backup. Keon White is Mikael Williams' backup. That's your depth chart for the Niners.
I heard they're still looking for a starter over Shadura, though.
I don't think the Browns are looking for a starter over Shadura. They traded their third and fourth round picks.
They Shadura didn't tear his own walking.
They still need a nickel corner and a defensive tackle.
Not like
McNeil Warren will play free safety. Hickman will be the backup free safety, but I guess you could move Hickman to nickel, I guess. I mean, but Miles Bryant and the other Miles they got from the Texans are not qualified to be starting at corner. They're both warm bodies. So as long as you pick those guys apart, it's going to be very easy to carve that secondary.
Right now, the guy that started for the Bengals is against the Bengals in Week 18 is slotted to be the slot guy. So, we'll see. Hopefully the Browns get somebody else, but, rest assured, they're not going to walk off a cliff like George Kittle did last year. The injured reserve and body cast.
Yeah.
We were making jokes after the 49ers.
So the Bengals are moving
had all those injuries that George Kittle got shit.
This person's saying that the Bengals are moving to a 34 defense. I don't believe that.
That would be an interesting move.
Yeah, but if they move to the 34, Miles Murphy and Shamar Stewart are the 34 D ends. Lawrence is the nose tackle. Boy Mafe and Cassius Howell are the edge rushers. Demetrius Knight Jr. and Barrett Carter would be the Mike linebackers, and that would be your starting lineup. And then you'd have Turner, Hill, and you'd have Jordan Battle and Cook as your safeties. So, just speculation.
That doesn't sound very scary.
It sounds like the Bengals might take. No, I don't think they're going to take Jermon McCoy. I think that's edited. Kyle Lewis, according to Spanish Insider, it is going to be Kyle Lewis, Pitt edge rusher, Pitt linebacker.
Interesting. And yes, that was actually water running because I had to rinse out my coffee cup. So no, that was not Restream messing up.
Yeah, I'll probably drink some coffee after this, but like right now I'm just at the point where the Browns
Yeah,
took
I was
Denzel
falling
Boston.
I was falling asleep early, so I drank 2 cups of coffee.
Yeah, I kind of did the same thing earlier today. I took a few power naps, relaxed during the day, and then I got the shower right before we went live. But yeah, it's like I'm on the Denzel Boston grade. And for anyone wondering where I am with the draft grades on Draft Utopia, I'm just on Denzel Boston round 2 because the picks are coming in so fast. But nobody's leaking the picks on X, and if nobody's leaking the picks on X, I don't really have an incentive. Now that the pick is in, we'll find out if anyone's leaked it.
Well, first we haven't seen
It's
your
Tacario
head
Davis.
on the podcast.
So we got multiple insiders saying different things. Yep, it is Tacario Davis. The Tacario Davis, the Washington corner that I have second round grade on, is the Bengal. I love that pick. That's a great pick for the Bengals. That's
I thought it was going to be another undrafted tight end.
The Bengals are not stupid enough to take an undrafted tight end, Joey. Come on.
Yeah, we said that about a few other teams too, but they did anyway.
Yeah, well, you're hoping someone that you can't stand would F up. That usually doesn't happen.
Unless you want to see Joe Burrow go on a tirade. I haven't seen an Athens boy go on a tirade in a while, so I was kind of hoping it would happen.
Fair enough. Saints are on the clock. The pick is in. Someone posted that the so Christian Miller did go in round 2. Saints got dealt. Fuck, that's what someone tweeted, and then Oscar Delp is a Saint. Oscar Delp is a Saint. So the New Orleans Saints, I don't know if William's still here. But yeah.
I mean, he's probably crying in his beer last 49ers pick. So, usually it's I was gonna say usually it's
He's had the worst draft. It's a 3-man race between the Packers, Jaguars, and Steelers right now. It's a 3-man race between those teams. It's a decathlon at Acrisure Stadium between those 3 franchises as to who's had the starriest draft in 2026. And I would say the Steelers are not in the bottom 2. As much as I don't like either of their first 2 picks, the Browns have just traded up to the Browns have just traded 74 to the Giants. So the Browns, they had this 3rd rounder from the Chiefs, and now they traded to the Giants because Andrew Berry knows that without a 4th, he needs more assets. What is he getting from the trade, though? That's what we'll find out. So Joe Schoen has just made a move with Andrew Berry. I'd say the odds of Andrew Berry fleecing are at 70-30, maybe 80-20. Joey's probably going to tell me they're more likely at 80-20.
Well, you have to take into effect that not only is Andrew Berry getting good at fleecing people during the draft, but also Joe Schoen is very bad. He's just very bad. So that's, you have to take both things into effect.
The Giants give up 105, 145, and a fourth rounder in next year's draft. That is a win for your Browns. A fourth next year's draft, 105, fourth this year, and a fifth this year. So a fourth this year, a fifth next year, and a fourth in 2027. Yeah. That is a great trade by Andrew Berry. And the Giants better have a really good pick here.
Without DePodesta around, Berry's actually getting pretty good at this stuff. Whether you like it or not.
But the Giants have just taken Malachi Fields, Joey. Andrew Berry doesn't need Malachi Fields after getting in Boston and Conception, but man, if they had taken Fields on top of that, that would have made you very happy.
I need you to go down 100 decibels.
Malachi Fields is a Giant. I know you love Malachi Fields. So I know you're a little bit disappointed that that's who the Giants came up to get, but you're happy with the return, right? You're getting a fourth, a fifth, and a fourth next year. That's a great return. I think that's a win-win trade for both teams.
At this point, what were the Browns going to do with somebody like Malachi Fields? Well, at this point, they're 4 deep at receiver, so, what are they going to do there? So, if anybody's going to take them, at least have somebody that can do something with them. Then I think.
And the Giants don't really have a number 2 receiver. They've got Mooney in the slot, and they've got Darius Slayton in a contract year as their number 2. And I think Fields is good enough to beat out Mooney for the slot job at the very worst, and I think he'll be the number 2 by next season.
That's not a bad thing. I can deal with that. Fields is a good player, so.
Yeah, Surratt is the top player on our board, but he hasn't been picked yet. Brian Parker, Tiernan are all still there. So one of those 3, if they get picked, would be the cover photo for this round. Jennings Dunker and Jermon McCoy are also there. Someone suggested that the Titans should package Will Levis in 144 to the Dolphins for 94. I don't think any team is stupid enough to give up a third-round pick for Will Levis. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's like you're not going to get a third for Will Levis.
What about a banana?
You might get some coffee and mayonnaise for Will Levis. Banana, yeah.
If that stuff works.
Caleb Douglas, who I had a 6th-round grade on, is a Dolphin. William likes Caleb Douglas, but I am not as high on him. I think Reggie Virgil's better. So the Dolphins taking a number 2 receiver, not a number 1, in the 3rd round and dumping number 1 responsibilities on the number 2. Yeah, and that's why the Dolphins are horrible at this thing.
Okay, so that's my hat, not another bug. Alrighty, I'll be back.
All right, fair enough. Aller? Drew Aller. Is that the pick? I had a 5th round grade on Aller. Late 5th on Aller, not like an early 5th, a late 5th. It's the best pick the Steelers have made, but it's still a reach. Like the Bernard pick, I had an early 5th on Bernard. They took him in the 2nd, traded up for him. Okay, I'm going to get some water and charge my iPad. My iPad's at 11%. But it sounds like the Steelers are taking Aller. So Aller will be the 4th quarterback off the board here. Drew Aller. So the Steelers take Drew Aller. That is officially official, guys. So Drew Aller is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Sheesh, the Steelers reached for Aller. I had a 5th on Aller, but it's not as bad of a pick as Bernard or Iheanacho. But yeah, it's like we had a bunch of quarterbacks graded ahead of him. Oh, and Aller's parents are Brown season ticket holders. Ugh. So the Cowboys got George Pickens for Drew Aller. The Steelers got Drew Aller for George Pickens. Chris McClellan, another guy who was not on our board. The Packers are legitimately trying to win the worst draft award. We did not have Chris McClellan. Well, McClellan's an 85. McClellan could be a borderline starter. But yeah, the Packers. The Packers traded up with the Buccaneers.
Yeah. I'd love to be in the Aller household right now.
Yeah, Drew Aller's parents are Brown season ticket holders, and now he's going to be competing with Will Howard if Aaron Rodgers wins.
Not only that, their entire family's lifelong Browns fans. So, can you imagine that little situation?
Sad part is that's probably the Steelers' best value pick. I mean, I think I was going to give the Bernard pick a C- or a D+, and then this pick would probably be a C, just a solid C, but nothing spectacular.
No, but it's still funny. You know, I'd love to be on Flounder on Christmas. That would be funny as hell.
It is. ESPN promoting the NHL playoffs. Yeah. I think the games are on TNT tonight, but I'm not. I'm too preoccupied with the draft. The Packers traded up to 77 for Chris McClellan. Chris McClellan was not in our top 300, but he at least has a potential grade of 85 out of 99. So the Packers do get spared from a second consecutive F grade. Barely, though. Barely. But they have a lot of guys in their DT room. I'm gonna grab some more water. It's commercial break. I'm gonna grab some more water. I'm charging my still on talk shoe. I'm charging some stuff. I'm probably gonna put the Denzel Boston right. I might order some food from Pizza Americana after this draft. I mean, I'm just very happy with what the Patriots have done the first 2 days. Ugh. It's like, even if you develop Aller or Will Howard into a good starter, I think both guys, best case scenario, one becomes like Matt Schaub and the other becomes like Matt, maybe a poor man's, I don't know. Trying to think of a good comp, but not a comp so ridiculous that it sounds crazy. What do we got in the chat room? Hello. Twitch users. Yeah, I'm not reading your Twitch name. It's too inappropriate to read on the air. The Rams didn't get a receiver. Well, I'm not muting you. I'm just not reading your name. Pat McAfee's going to announce the Colts pick at 78. And the Colts are going to select A.J. Halsey, free safety, LSU. That's a good value pick here, the Colts. The Colts really do need another receiver, but to get a safety for depth, Halsey was the second best safety on the board. Let's find out with the Falcons. Zachariah Branch is a Falcon. I had Branch in the 4th round. I like him as a slot receiver. I like him as a slot receiver. I don't like him as a number 2, but I don't. The worst grade I think I could give that's a B or a B minus, C plus.
Is he out of jail yet?
Ravens. The Ravens took Vega Ione, and then they took Zion Young. Jacoby Lane is the pick for the Ravens at 80. Another guy William liked. I had a late 4th on Jacoby Lane, and he's going to a situation where he's going to be the de facto slot receiver behind Rashad Bateman and Zay Flowers. So they'll probably beat out Devontae Walker, and he'll be the de facto slot receiver. So, yes, I like Jacoby Lane here. I would have given this a B minus, but I'll give it a B because I love the fit. Because I don't think he has the upside to be a number 1, but I think he can be a really good number 3 for Baltimore. I might bump that up to a B+. I don't know yet. We'll see. The Ravens take Jacoby Lane. Jaguars. Sports Illustrated Jaguars veterans roll Brenton Strange in big trouble after Nate Borchkirker pick. Nope. Borchkirker's not unseating Brenton Strange. All of a sudden, Brenton Strange and his agent have a lot more leverage now. Because you took Borchkirker. Okay, great. I'm glad you can hear now. First in the chat room. Okay. Jaguars. What are the Jaguars going to do here? Yeah, the Jags are up at 81. They're not. Yeah, but Borchkirker, I told a Jags fan they deserved Borchkirker for mocking IHH to the Patriots. That's how petty I am. Just trade it the fuck away. God damn. The Rams draft so far, Ty Simpson, Max Clare, number 4 tight end. And they got Sean McVay covering his eyes. Albert Regis. Okay, Albert Regis, I think he is on our draft simulator. Yeah, he is. So that's a good player. Albert Regis, defensive tackle. That's a much better pick than their last selection, but it still feels like a reach. I had a 7th on Regis. I'd say right now the Jaguars are having the worst draft. I mean, the Steelers, even though I thought Bernard and Allard were reaches, they've made more of an effort to save face. And the Vikings. What are the Vikings going to do at 82 here?
Honestly, I don't know. It's like, who's even the best person available at this point?
Yeah, I'm looking up the Vikings situation right now, Joey, just to get some clarity on the situation here. The Vikings pick is in. Pick 82. Dominique Orange. I had him in the 7th, but with him and Caleb Banks, they had Roy Robertson Lopez as the 34 left end. So now you have Citrus, you have Caleb Banks, and you have Jalen Redmond. That's your interior defensive line. That's a really good interior for Minnesota.
Say that ain't terrible. That's
Dominique Orange, Caleb Banks, and Jalen Redmond, the UDFA who had the green dot last preseason. That's your defensive line for the Vikings. It's not a bad defensive line. I'm not a fan of the goal. I mean, I thought the Gaulday pick was all the Vikings picks have been reaches, but I don't hate any of them. That's the weird thing.
yeah, it's all solid, but it's not, eye-poppingly good, especially with so many people falling.
Sounds like Brazel is the pick. Dave Tepper has drafted Brazel. Well, Dan Morgan's drafted Brazel. So, yep, and Brazel's the pick.
One of the boys that they're drafting Brazel. No, that's for sure.
Panthers, I like Brazel. I had a second on him. He was my wide receiver 6 in this draft. I value the route tree more than I value physicality in receivers. That might be a flaw of mine as a talent evaluator, but I really like this pick. Bryce Young now has another deep threat. Yeah, you can see the Highmark building that my dad used to work at in downtown Pittsburgh. Yeah, he worked at that building when I was in like 3rd, 4th grade. And when we moved there in '99, I actually got to go to that. When the Steelers won Super Bowl 40, I actually got to go there. We had school off. I got to go to the Highmark building and see the Super Bowl parade. So yeah. So we'll have to wait until a commercial to find out who exactly
Marshall.
Yeah, I'm hoping someone that we have in the first round of our draft simulator gets picked somewhere in the 3rd round. Otherwise, I'm going to have to get a photo of someone that we have a 2nd round grade on and upload that to the site. Is this a good time to go through the simulator and find out what our backup plan is if we don't I think this is probably a good time to do that. So yeah. We'll go through the top. Yes, Water got picked round 2. Right now, Tacario Davis is probably... Tacario Davis, we add Tacario Davis at 49 on the board. That's probably the photo we'll go with unless a player in our top 32 gets picked. What do we got here in the chat? I can hear. Who's the Jags taking? The Jags took Albert Regis from Texas A&M. I mean, at this point, there's an outside chance a player we have a first-round grade on falls to New England at 95. There's an outside chance. I don't want to jinx it with only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players on the board, but there's a chance it happens. Ted Hurst. Buccaneers are low-key having a really good draft. So Ted Hurst is a Buccaneer. I like that pick, Joey. I mean, the Buccaneers' receiver room's already deep, but with the loss of Mike Evans, you now have Chris Godwin and you have Godwin, you have Egbuka, and now you bring in Ted Hurst to compete with McMillan. You got Hurst competing with McMillan. Jalen McMillan, who lost the number 3 receiver job to Egbuka. You have Hurst and McMillan competing for that slot job.
It's had a really good draft. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Hurst was a good pick.
Yeah. Steelers. Wait. This is not real. This is saying Jordan Schultz is saying the Steelers have made a trade with the Browns and they're taking Austin Barber out of Florida. That cannot be correct. Yeah, it's like 5-point vids is, yeah, it's like when Aller got picked by the Steelers, that made Urinating Tree so pissed that he posted a clip of him drinking beer with 5-point vids.
Yeah, because that's a stupid thing, that trade can't happen because the Browns don't have another pick today. So, you can't
If the
trade
Browns
for a
did
player.
If the Browns did get Austin Barber, it means the Steelers got like a third from there next year or something. I think the Steelers took Austin Barber, but I'm guessing that was an autocorrect by Jordan Schultz when he said the Browns took Austin Barber. I don't think they actually took him, but Dalen Everett out of Georgia. I have a 4th on Dalen Everett. That's not a bad pick. Steelers are. This is the first Steeler pick where I could say, okay, this is a B grade. Yeah, there's better corners on the board, but at the same token, this is the first pick where you could say, all right, we'll give the Steelers a B.
Yeah. That says
and that's
earlier that it said that the Browns.
I think the Browns are taking Austin Barber because the Chargers are trading 86 to the Browns. So this is the Austin Barber pick.
Oh, the Chargers. Okay, because I was going to say Pittsburgh doesn't make sense because Pittsburgh's selecting. So, and the Browns don't have another one, so they can't mix it up. So the Chargers make more sense, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you had me confused. Like, how the heck is that happening?
Yeah, because Jordan Schultz leaked that the Browns got Austin Barber, and Barber's probably going to. I think Barber did play some right tackle his first year. He's mostly a left tackle, though. I'm thinking Barber's going to be a swing tackle, though, on the Browns, at least to start things off. Let me look. Let me look up Austin Barber for a second. He played right tackle against Kentucky as a freshman redshirt. So Austin Barber, if he's played both left tackle and right tackle at Florida, Joey, he is probably the guy they are grooming to replace Titus Howard, with Fano as the blind side. So Barber will be the backup to Titus Howard for a few years, and then they will make him the right tackle. And with Howard's injury history, that's not a bad pick.
And the one thing with Barber, he's big, which Andrew Berry is, and there's right tackles, athletic, and very low right tackle. But his big problem is he's not a great pass defender. I mean, he's a good run blocker, not a great pass blocker.
You know, and he's going to be learning behind one of the best pass blocking right tackles in the NFL. It's going to be good for him. It's going to be a good learning. And you can say what you want about Hunter, but as a pass blocker, he's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Guard rating, number 4 in the NFL.
And the Dolphins
tackle
just
rating.
took the backup tight end on Ohio State, Will Kaczmarek. That might be the first upgrade for the Dolphins.
Wow. Yeah. That's
Not even the best. Not 83. Yeah, so we have a backup grade on Will Kaczmarek. That is a backup grade.
Yeah, it's like not even in the draft rooms and rounds anymore. It's like he's just letting, whoever do the draft now. And it's like, yeah, I got my shit. You guys, you get to do your thing.
That's kind of what Jim Neal does. He
Yeah.
announces
It
the
looks
picks
like-
for the first round, but he kind of lets his scouts make the picks for the Dallas Stars, like the area scouts. He gives them control and trusts their intel.
it looked like Munkin was the one that was. He was still in there, so he might have been the one that's making picks now. You know, Barry made the first 4, and Munkin's going to make the rest. So if that's the case, then spread up Munkin's alley, because Munkin's been saying, "I want offensive linemen." Well, keep getting yourself some offensive linemen. So it was theorized that, we talked about it off air. Hey,
Ooh, Oregon left guard Emmanuel Pregnant is a Jaguar.
Pregnant was still on the board. Shit, I thought he came off last round.
No, Emmanuel
He's
Pregnant
like-
just got picked by the Jaguars at 88.
Yeah, it's like,
He slipped in the draft.
Look, that's a good value pick. You made up for reaching for a tight end.
oh yeah, great value pick.
So the Bears, let's see what the Bears are planning here. The Bears and Eagles are still the only teams, I think, with perfect drafts so far. The Rams now have 6 tight ends on their roster, including last year's second-round pick, Terrence Ferguson. Yep, so let's find out if the Bears. So the Dolphins got Will Kekmerick for Jalen Phillips, another Howie Roseman fleece. Even if Phillips was only a rental, that's still a fleece by Howie Roseman. And the Bears are going to reach for LSU wide receiver Xavier Thomas. I have a backup grade on Xavier Thomas. So the Bears, horrible drafting. But William needs that. He needs the Bears to take a backup receiver. So yes, Joey, Xavier Thomas, the receiver we have a backup grade on, is now a Bear. The Bears, after 2 really dominant rounds, they botched with Sam Roosh and then with a backup receiver. So the Bears are up, and they're going to take a backup receiver. It's just sad. Like the Jimbo Covert, he was part of the he was Marino's blind side at Pitt, part of the Bears team that but man, it's like, oh, the Raiders have 91 from the Bills. I'm not sure how they got it. But yeah, they made the trade. So yeah. I mean, a lot of reaches in this third round. I'd say the best value pick so far is Tacario Davis. Because that was the only player in my top 50 that got picked this round. This was the same team last year too, Joey, where we saw a lot of reaches in round 3, and then there was a run on talent on day 3. You know?
Yeah. And my buddy just texted me, said Barber might move in. So I know where he.
Well, that's why I'm not Keelan Rutledge to the Browns in round 4, because I was thinking about a right guard to replace Tevin Jenkins. So maybe that's the thought process there. But I think Barry's going to groom Barber to be the starting right tackle of the future. And the Niners select Kalen Black, Indiana running back. He was the second best running back on Indiana. I do have a starter grade on him, but he is currently outside my top 260. I mean,
He's going to call William just to make sure he's all right. Because he hears about this one, he might jump off the streets.
He might jump off the Golden Gate Bridge. He might just take a plane to San Francisco and jump off the Golden Gate Bridge. I don't want that.
Yeah, just make sure he's all right. You know, that's. I mean, I was joking about it earlier, but I'm starting to feel bad for him.
Yeah. The Raiders are up, the Cowboys, the Rams.
Pick 90 out of 100. It is in. Oh, crud.
Really? Mark Davis posted, "Fuck, the Niners just took our pick." Really? The Niners did you a favor, Mark Davis. John Lynch did you and your Captain Kangaroo haircut a favor, buddy.
No, I'm not even. Damn. I'm not even. Leave that one alone.
I'm not trying to rip William. I'm ripping Mark Davis. Mark Davis dropped an F-bomb after the Niners took Kalen Black. It's like, bro, you have way bigger needs than a running back, too, to be tweeting F-bombs after your pick. Yeah, I think I mock Dunker the Raiders. So we'll see. Waffle House. This Raiders fan wants the Raiders to draft a Waffle House to put in Allegiant Stadium. And while that's not a horrible idea, I'm not sure the Waffle House can fit inside the stadium. Although, if you got rid of the torch at Allegiant Stadium and you put a Waffle House right there, I think you could make that work as far as stadium renovations go. Shit. All right, I'll edit this because I don't think I typed in the Niners pick. K Black, Indiana. Not even the best Indiana running back. Indiana has Roman Hemby, the former Maryland running back, as well. So, yes. The Raiders pick is in. And the Raiders select Matt Millen, you don't need to thank Pittsburgh for hosting the draft. This is the same team that was responsible for the immaculate reception against your franchise, so you don't need to give a long speech. Just make your pick. Trey Zune III, who I have a second-round grade on. Texas A&M left tackle Trey Zune is the pick. The Raiders need a day one starter at right tackle, but they go for depth at left tackle instead. I do like Trey Zune from a value standpoint. Actually, I have him ahead of Caden Proctor, so... But this says the Raiders are drafting him as a center. He was a left tackle at Texas A&M. He might move inside to center. But yeah, he was a left... Wait, so he did play center this year? I thought he was a left tackle. So they moved him to center this year. Okay, so they moved him to center. I was unaware of that. I'm still listing him as a left tackle, but he may move inside now, knowing that he actually can play center. Only 9 more picks left, Joey. Yeah, and if none of my first-round picks that are still on the board get picked in the next 8 picks, then that means we will have a Trey Zune photo for round 3. Not what I was anticipating, but Jyshawn Barham, who I have the middle linebacker for Michigan, Jyshawn Barham. Wes has him in his top 50. I have him outside my top 250, but he does have starter potential, something he's going to move to edge. This has been a very underwhelming third round. But last year's third round was underwhelming too, and then there were a bunch of really good value picks on day 3 to make up for it. So that's kind of what this draft is going to feel like. And so the Rams have 93, the Rams have 93, the Dolphins have 94, the Patriots have 95. So the Rams pick is in. Yeah, so Cleveland beats, you can see the scoreboard here. Guardians win. The Browns have a good draft, so it's a great day for Cleveland. I think the Raptors played the Cavs tonight, too. So it feels like the holy trinity for Cleveland sports fans tonight. The Rams select Keegan Trost. I have Keegan Trost at 34 on our draft simulator. That is a fantastic value pick. I know Rams fans aren't going to like that, Joey, but it's like Keegan Trost was... We've got 5 players in our top 32 left. We have Pavi at 33 on the simulator, and Keegan Trost is 34. So Keegan Trost is probably... There's a chance Keegan Trost is the player we get a picture of for round 3. There's a chance. Trost is a chance to win. So I do like that pick for the Rams. So the Dolphins are up at 94. The league has completely lost its marbles on the tight end board. Max Toscano. I agree. The league has lost its marbles. This draft is nuts. Bears snipe all the players I like. William. I guess that is sort of true. I just hope William feels better. That's from 3 hours ago. All right, so here we got CJ Cuevas, a Niners fan who used to pick in the group knock. Niners are trash. Good Lord. Let's not draft a bona fide starter in the first 3 rounds. There goes Shanny with his fascination with third-round running backs, all backups. Shaking my head. Yeah, I'm going to send this to William. So we've had 25 pass catchers at receiver and tight end drafted tonight. Or drafted in this draft class. But yeah, the Dolphins pick is in. Chris Bell is a Dolphin. That is actually a low-key good pick. And the Patriots just took Eli Raredon. I do have an 86 on Raredon for potential. I do like Raritan as a tight end too, but this is a little bit too early for him. Williams not as high on Raritan as I am. I'll probably give the Patriots a C to D plus, so that'll be a C minus for New England. But yeah, the Keegan Trost pick is still the best pick of round 3, which is actually kind of sad. And then the Seahawks are up. So the Patriots reach for Eli Raritan.
Value and somebody.
Keegan Trost is still the best pick in round 3, I think, for the Rams, because you get that right tackle to push Rob Havenstein and Warren McClellan, and Keegan Trost was a guy we had 34th on our big board. But what's amazing is we've got 5 players in our top 32 that still have not been picked, and none of them have been picked in round 3. That's the kicker. And the Steelers have just traded up with Seattle. Jennings Dunker. The Steelers picked Jennings Dunker. Okay, I uploaded a Jennings Dunker pick to the site. They're drafting him as a left guard. He played right guard at Iowa. He played right tackle, but they're drafting him as a guard. Well, this says he's a right tackle, technically. So I am going to list him as a right tackle, but yes, Jennings Dunker is the guy you should have drafted at 21 instead of Max Ihinachor. But yeah, Jennings Dunker's a guy you probably should have picked at 21 instead of Ihinachor. So Dunker comes off the board here. So yeah, Jennings Dunker is a good pick by Pittsburgh. So Dunker's a Steeler. And they're comparing Kuiper's hair to Dunker's. That's how ridiculous this has gotten, Joey. But yes, Dunker is the pick for Pittsburgh. And we'll see if any of the other players still in my top 5 get picked here. Otherwise, it'll be Dunker. And we won't have to upload a photo. But yeah, 4 players in the top 32 are still there. No blue chips left, but there's 4 players in our top 32. Steelers got Dunker, which is probably the best pick. Not so. Caleb Tiernan. I had Caleb Tiernan at 27 on the board, and the Vikings get him as a swing tackle. That is a super pick. That is easily the Vikings' best pick of this entire draft. You get him for depth behind Darisaw. You get him for depth behind Brian O'Neill. That is a super pick by the Vikings. Caleb Tiernan. I had him ahead of Caleb Lomu. So, to get him at 97... that is outstanding freaking value. So, yes, the Vikings, just when I was about to give the Steelers some love, the Vikings come swooping in and they're like, no, you're going to give us the love instead of Pittsburgh. Fuck them. They might host the draft. We don't care. And the Vikings have also traded up to 98. And Jacoby Thomas, the Miami Hurricanes. Okay, so I can't fit all the player names in. I did the best I could. I really did the best I could to fit all these player names in. All right, so I'm sorry. I did the best I could. So the Vikings got the Eagles' third round
Vikings,
pick.
good way in mind. Close out. Yeah.
Yeah, Dunker and Tiernan are both
Interesting.
excellent value picks at 96 and 97.
Yeah. I had them both in the second round, so I think those were two
I had
amazing
both
picks.
in the first round, Joey. I had Dunker at 32. I had Tiernan at 27. I had both guys ahead of Caleb Logan by a significant margin, but I'm sure the age played a factor in both guys falling, even though I think the ceilings for Tiernan and Dunker are higher than the ceilings for Lomu, but I'm sure the age, the fact that Lomu didn't give up any sacks, the fact that he showed the versatility to play both positions on the offensive line, I'm sure that played an external factor. And the Seahawks reached for a backup corner, Julian Neal. I do not have a starter grade on Julian Neal, so
Why they couldn't deal? Yeah, I know it's the end of the third round, but I figured they'd find something there. You know, other than backup.
I know he got picked in the group mock, but I do have a backup grade on him, so Seahawks are going to get an F grade.
I figured he would have gone,
Fifth round.
No, I didn't even have Julian Neal getting picked. I mean, his production's good, but his ceiling's very low. And I value players with higher ceilings over players with good production. And some GMs are the opposite. Some GMs want the production and the potential. That's probably why we saw so many players with good production but limited ceilings go in the first round, because GMs are very... Look at Cignetti in Indiana. He went for production over potential. And Jalen Husky, the Maryland strong safety, who I have a fifth round grade on, is a Jaguar. So, compensation pick from... So the news ticker for both teams is done. I'm still working on round 2 grades. I will upload those, and you guys can follow me along. But yeah. So yes, we've got all the grades in. Caleb Tiernan's going to be the photo for our round 3 draft grades whenever we get around to that, and I still haven't coded rounds 4 through 7 of the draft results web pages, so it's going to be a long night. So, yeah, Joey's probably going to split soon. I appreciate him calling in, and I'm going to start screen sharing our live draft grades here. Why? Because now that, you know, now that the draft is over, I feel like so yeah, I'm just gonna screen share the draft grades here. But yeah, we've got round 3, we've got our picture for round 3 up, we've got our picture for round 2 up, and yes, Jacob Rodriguez. So these are the grades we've posted so far. Parker, A+, A- for Caden McDonald, C- for Colton Hood, a B for Stukes, and A for Boston. And then the Chiefs just got R. Mason Thomas. I really like that pick. The Chiefs, I think, have been a big winner in this draft, going for really good value. So the Chiefs have a lot of defensive tackle depth, defensive end depth, and, you know, there's been a lot of good picks. And I'm just going to go through this. So I still have 60 more grades to go, but a lot of the players here are players that were picked. Some of the guys that were picked weren't even in the simulator. I'll add those players tonight, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to post the grades and end the show. I'll add the players to the simulator afterwards because it's getting late, and we got to do the draft at noon, and I haven't even coded the rounds 4 through 7 yet. So I'll stay on till midnight, but as soon as midnight goes, I'm going to have to start coding rounds 4 through 7. And if I want to get something to eat from Pizza Americana, which closes at midnight, I have to wrap up shop now. But what I could do is we could go live at 10 or 11 a.m. with whatever grades I don't have up. And then we can segue into day 3 of the draft, which I think might be the best strategy.
Remember, The Rock is still on the board.
Surratt is still on the board. Elijah Surratt. So that's probably going to be our photo for round 4 tomorrow. Because we took every player that we had in our top 32, we took a photo of them and uploaded it to the Draft Utopia server in advance in case someone fell. And we could use the Tiernan photo for the 3rd round and the Jacob Rodriguez photo for round 2. See, we prepared ahead of time for this, Joey, because we considered the possibility that a few players in our top 32 might fall to day 3, and 3 did. Elijah Surratt is the first of those 2 players. And then the other 2 players that are still there include Brian Parker II out of Duke, and I believe there's one more, Jermod McCoy. So those 3 players all fell to day 3, and with McCoy, it has to be the medicals. Has to be. Like, there is no other reason he drops as far as he is unless there's something severely wrong with the medicals.
Yeah, I think his knee may have been worse than anybody expected it when the medicals came out, because there's nothing else that can account for that. But those 3, I mean, those 3 are going to be the big talk. So, there's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Should be fun.
I mean, and then it'll be fun. So, yeah, I might wrap up, but you know, if I get the draft grades up early tomorrow, one thing I can do is I could start early, like maybe not at 10 a.m., but 11 a.m., get everything ready to go, recap you guys on what grades we have up, and then the picks, because tomorrow's going to be even faster than today. And, you know, another thing we can always do is we could do a post-draft show where we show you everything that happened in the draft via the simulator as well as the draft grades. Those are things we can do as well. So even though I'd like to keep going, if I'm hungry and I haven't coded rounds 4 through 7 for tomorrow, I need to prioritize that over streaming as much as I don't want to. You know?
And I gotta go anyway because I gotta actually try to get some sleep tonight because I only got like 2 hours last night. So
Exactly. So you only have the 40
sorry.
grades up on the site. I'm sorry, guys. We
I
did the
swear
best we
I had
could.
energy drinks and coffee today. 4 energy drinks.
Yeah.
I think I had 6 cups of coffee. So
I'm not even tired yet. I just want like I just might want to get a pizza or something to keep me up at night, keep me packed with protein, and just go from there.
wake up at 40.
All right.
At 40, you don't come crashing down.
I don't want to come crashing down. That's the point, Joey. I don't want to come crashing down at all.
That's why they got
I know it happens to every man. Okay, I have enough self-awareness to accept that. I'm just trying to avoid it.
Well, I still don't have the awareness to accept it. I'm just telling you that it usually happens. But
Yes,
I just drink energy drinks and ignore it.
yes, that's what I do as well. That's what I do as well.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to let you get some sleep. We're going to end the stream, and I've got to get a lot done. So, yes. And I'm going to end the show on Talk Shoe as well. Well, we'll end the show on Talk Shoe. Well, we're at 31%, yes, so... Let's see if we can get something from Pizza Americana. Yes, so... I don't want to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna get some socks on, and yeah, I'm gonna get some socks on. We're gonna have Pizza Americana. It's not that I don't want to code. It's like, I want to get some pizza. I'm hungry, and I don't think I can stay awake without pizza. I really don't. Oh shit. Everything in here is dirty. All the plates in here are dirty, so yeah. We're gonna have to do pizza and we're gonna do pizza and we're gonna have to order we're gonna have to do Pizza Americana and we're gonna have to go to Shop and Save and get some paper plates. We're gonna I didn't account for the fact that all my dishes are dirty. But I really am hungry. Alright, let's see here. Staying in ordering sheets might be the better play, but I cannot have sheets again. I've got to be more frugal, more responsible. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. So we'll. I think I'll just do chicken fingers. As much as I want to do pizza, chicken fingers are a little bit cheaper. I think they win the league. I'm doing this because I might want to do pizza Americana tomorrow, and it's just like, it's too late to do pizza Americana. I mean, they're going to close at 11:30. I didn't think they closed that late. So, I'm running low on food, low on energy. But yeah, we'll schedule day 3 for tomorrow.